नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार। हाँ जी।
हाँ नमस्कार डॉक्टर साहब।
नमस्कार।
हाँ।
चलिए, और कैसे लौट आए आप? नहीं,
नहीं वो भी तो हम दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट पर, वो भी फ्लाइट है।
अच्छा अच्छा। तो हिमाचल में कहाँ गए थे? शिमला गए थे? कहाँ गए थे?
अभी थोड़ा देर के बाद ही फ्लाइट है।
अच्छा, नहीं, हिमाचल में कहाँ गए थे आप? शिमला या किस जगह गए थे?
पपरा नहीं, पपरोला आयुर्वेदिक कॉलेज।
पपरोला। पपरोला,
हाँ
अरे
पपरा।
वाह।
हाँ
अच्छा।
आयुर्वेदिक कॉलेज पर। हाँ
तो वहाँ कैसे आप कहाँ पर लेते हैं फ्लाइट वहां से आपके
वो वहाँ गग्गल पर
गगल?
धर्म
हाँ, गगल पर। अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, ये वहां से
धर्मशाला एयरपोर्ट है ना
गुवाहाटी
वहाँ।
से। अच्छा, तो वहाँ वहाँ
हाँ
पीजी पीजी एग्जाम था, क्या था?
नहीं नहीं, वो सीएमई था, सीएमई पर लेक्चर था हमारा।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा।
एज
का
ए
चिकित्सा
इनवाइटेड स्पीकर।
का चिकित्सा का था?
हाँ का जेरियाट्रिक का ऊपर था।
हैं?
जेरियाट्रिक का ऊपर था।
जेनेटिक पर। अच्छा अच्छा, हम
हाँ
वहाँ रहे ना। हम वहाँ 84 85 86 तक रहे हैं। मेरे
वहाँ रहे
जमाने
थे
में।
क्या?
हाँ हाँ, डॉक्टर धनीराम आचार्य जी वहाँ प्रिंसिपल थे उस जमाने में।
अच्छा अच्छा। हाँ
2 जनवरी। वहाँ सभी जानते हैं हमको। मेरे मेरे पढ़ाए हुए बच्चे हैं, वो है ना सीमा शुक्ला, वो गायनी
हाँ
में प्रोफेसर होगी। योगेंद्र शर्मा मेरे क्लास फेलो थे, वो तो रिटायर हो गए। योगेंद्र
हाँ
ईना दोनों
रिटायर्ड
लोग।
हो गया। हाँ शर्मा साहब को तो हम जानते हो, बहुत
किसको?
बार मुलाकात हुए है।
हाँ हाँ हाँ, आप
माइकल
जी।
शर्मा को, जगेंद्र शर्मा को।
योगेंद्र शर्मा जी मेरे बैचमेट रहे हैं बीएचयू में।
अच्छा।
वो जम्मू कश्मीर से थे ना, जेके।
हाँ हाँ जम्मू कश्मीर के
हाँ,
थे।
उनका उनका जूनियर रहे हैं कोहली, जो वहाँ बॉम्बे में है।
हाँ हाँ।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा। शर्मा जी नमस्कार, पवन जी नमस्कार साहब। सर, दो तीन बार से आपकी लास्ट में रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं हो पाती है पूरी।
है?
हाँ, जितने आप फ्रेश, जिस समय आप फ्रेश ज्वाइनिंग टाइम पर फ्रेश होते हैं 6 बजे, और 8:30 पौने 9 तक होते हैं, आप बिल्कुल निढाल हो जाते हैं। कल का मुझे बड़ा दुख लगा। सबसे पहली बार हुई तो मैंने जोगेश, हाँ, मैंने मैंने जयेश जी से कहा था, मैंने आपको डायरेक्ट नहीं कहा। तो एक बार और हो गया, फिर हमारे क्लोजिंग रिमार्क्स हम ही को सुनने को नहीं मिल पाते हैं। और
नहीं नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होगा। आगे से यदि ऐसा हो रहा है तो वो
हाँ, मैंने
एक नया
नहीं,
टीम
स्टार्ट
मेंबर
हुआ
आया है
था।
मेरा, वो शायद
हाँ,
जल्दी कर दे रहा है, तो मैं उसको देख लेता हूँ।
हाँ,
नहीं होगा
नहीं,
ऐसा।
कल कल 9:30 35 हो गया था। तो जयेश जी करने लगे 9:30 तक, वो शायद पैकअप कर लेते हैं या कुछ ऐसा है। मैंने मदन जी
ऐसा
को
कुछ नहीं
स्पेशली,
है।
अच्छा, मैंने मदन जी को स्पेशली कहा था, सर आप निकल रहे हैं, कोई बात नहीं, आप जो है वो वीडियो देख लीजिएगा। फिर मैंने खुद ही ये सुना। तो वो बस डोमा जी से बात हो रही थी, उसके बाद मेरे जो कमेंट्स है वो तो वो निकल ही गए, मेरे को नहीं सुनने
नहीं
मिले
नहीं,
आपका।
मैं आगे से ध्यान रखूंगा सर, मैं
नहीं,
आगे
आप चेक करिए, शायद आपके पास कहीं और हो इसमें, अगर जुड़ ना पाया हो तो आप देख लीजिएगा। मैंने वो बताया था, हाइड्रो इलेक्ट्रिक के बारे में बताया था, टीरी डैम के बारे में बताया था, कुछ नहीं है उसमें।
मैं देख लेता हूँ सर,
देख लीजिए।
मैं देख लेता हूँ। अब जुड़ना मुश्किल है, लेकिन फिर भी आगे से मैं ध्यान रखूंगा।
हाँ, नहीं, इन केस किसी कोई रिकॉर्डर अगर चल रहा हो तो पता लग जाएगा सर्टेन अमाउंट के
लाइव
बाद।
करते हैं, रिकॉर्ड नहीं करते सर अपन।
अच्छा, हाँ, तो लाइव तो वही बंद हो गया
पवन
होगा।
जी नमस्कार।
ठीक
शर्मा
है,
जी
चलिए।
नमस्कार। नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार, प्रणाम।
प्रणाम
कैसे
प्रणाम।
हैं सर?
हाँ बस बढ़िया हूँ, बढ़िया हूँ।
आप कहाँ हैं आज?
हाँ वो भी तो हम दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट पर हूँ,
ओ,
गुवाहाटी जाने के लिए।
वाह
हाँ
वाह 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 वाह। नहीं नहीं, आगे से आज ध्यान रखूंगा मैं।
हाँ कल कल कलकत्ता पहुंचेगा, कल
जी,
कलकत्ता जाएगा।
आइए 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 सर, स्वागत है।
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
भुवन मोहिनी ललित।
पवन जी नमस्कार। नमस्कार। विष्णु जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार डॉक्टर
सर,
मदन थंगावेलु जी, नमस्कार।
अग्निहोत्री जी नमस्कार जी।
सर नमस्कार नमस्कार। नॉइज हो गया अभी हम।
विघ्नेश्वराय वरदाय सुरः प्रियाय लंबोदराय सकलाय जगद्हिताय नागाननाय श्रुतियज्ञ विभूषिताय गौरीसुताय गणनाथ नमो नमस्ते। कर्पूर गौरम करुणावतारम संसार सारम भुजगेन्द्रहारम सदा वसंतं हृदयारविंदे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्मा च्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा। सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते। आविर्बभूव कलशं दधदर्ण वाद्यः पीयूषपूर्ण ममरात्वकृते सुराणां रोगजालजीर्ण जनताजनितः प्रशंसो धन्वन्तरिच भगवान् भविकाय भूयात्। श्री धन्वन्तराय नमः। ओम शांति ओम शांति ओम शांति। नमस्कार, welcome. We would like to welcome you all on our 342 journey of this brainstorming, knowledge sharing, knowledge exchange platform Ayush Samriddhi. This journey was not possible without cooperation, guidance and mentorship of all the dignitaries present here. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, sir. I would like to welcome Vishnu Prasad Sharma ji, Madan Thangavelu sir, P.S. Reddy sir, Agnihotri ji, or Amar Bansode ji, today's speaker, new for us, but definitely he will be attached with us for long. So, for welcome address, I would like to request Vishnu Sharma ji, and then for moderation, I will request Professor Madan sir. Welcome, sir.
Yes, namaskar. Good evening to everybody. Respected Dr. Madan Thangavelu ji, respected Professor V.K. Agnihotri ji, Dr. Pawan Kumar Sharma ji, invited speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all the eminent speaker, distinguished guests, audience, ladies and gentlemen, to today's webinar on best support for tuberculosis. Yes, tuberculosis is a worldwide problem. We have medicine, but still patients are available in all over the world. We have to take help from the nature. If we use plant, then we can completely remove the disease. Yes, whatever medicines are there, we can use, but along with whatever medicine mentioned in our Ayurvedic classics and whatever plants are there, if we use, then we can cure, remove this disease. So I welcome all the eminent speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for this webinar, best support for tuberculosis. And I declare that today's webinar is open. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. I salute your passion that you are on airport, and there also your blessings are with us. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'll be leaving because
very clear picture and voice is also very clear. कैसे ध्यान रखा आपने? मोबाइल पर है किस पर है?
Thank you, sir. हाँ सर.
कैम्ब्रिज वालों को आपने दिल्ली का एयरपोर्ट दिखला दिया है अंदर से. नमस्कार सर. नमस्कार.
आप लोग है इसीलिए हम ज्वाइन कर लिए.
इन्होंने विश्व को एक कर रखा है, इसीलिए आज विश्व के जब हम दिवस मनाते हैं तो उसमें जल थल नभ कुछ भी नहीं पता लगता, सब कुछ एक हो जाता है. तो काइंड ऑफ यू.
ठीक है. नमस्कार.
Safe. Vishnu Prasad ji, safe travel back from Vishnu Prasad ji. Thank you so much for joining from Himachal. I gather you had a very good visit to Paprola.
Yeah.
And we look forward to learning more from about Paprola and the Center of Excellence for Geriatric Care in Paprola. Safe travels.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I'll speak regarding whatever I gathered experience there or whatever I delivered lecture there, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Namaskar, sir. Sir, I'll be leaving because my flight will be there.
Safe travels.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So we welcome our two speakers, Amarji joining from Mumbai as our second speaker, and also Dr. Reddy joining from Bangalore. Pavanji.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know if Professor Reddy has joined us from Bangalore.
Yes, Reddy sir has joined.
There. Namaskar ji.
Mysore sir. Namaskar.
Mysore.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Sharma sir.
Very happy
Dono
to
Sharma
have.
sir.
Namaskar.
Vishnu Prasad Sharma and Pawan Kumar Sharma.
Namaste, Doctor.
Namaskar.
Most welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We're very happy to have two speakers today talking about the issue of tuberculosis. Is a very big problem, and there are treatments available today, some antibiotic treatment. Sometimes the challenge is resistant strains. There are resistant strains also which are complicating the therapy, and we look forward to hearing from both our speakers about what are the opportunities available in Ayurveda. In the chat box, I have put one reference about the use of Piper longum as against Mycobacterium tuberculosis. And this study is very important. It comes to us from Jammu, from the Clinical Microbiology Division and the Pharmacology Division of the Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine, CSIR's Integrative Medicine Institute in Jammu Tawi. So I just put this as a reference. We will come back to discuss this. And with those few words, I would share the floor back to Pavanji. If Pavanji is not here, then we start with Professor Reddy.
Ji, sir.
Pavanji, namaskar.
I welcome Dr. Sudhakar Reddy ji. Welcome, sir. Professor and Head of the Department, Mysore, JS Ayurved College, Mysore. Welcome, welcome, sir.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you.
Namaskar.
Thank you, all the dignitaries. And thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. Sharma, sir, please make me as a co-host so that I can share the screen.
Kindly share, kindly share.
I hope it is visible, sir.
Yes, yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Sudhakarji, if you can show it, if you can have it in the presentation mode. Yesterday also we had this difficulty with the presentation mode.
It is there in the presentation modes only, sir.
Yes, we are seeing it in a different mode, sir. I think on your computer, you are seeing it as a presentation mode. I don't know.
Not possible, sir.
Is it showing as presentation mode? For us, we can also see the banner on the left-hand side.
Sir, now it is presentation mode only. Is it visible, sir?
Agnihotriji, is it all right, presentation mode, or is it?
Okay, can you go for the maximum, that the full screen point?
Maximum.
Yeah, maximum. Yeah. One point is there which is known as a maximum or zoom. Yeah, maximum, jo bhi hai.
No, Sudhakar, presentation mode is that fourth button on the.
No, it is one. This presentation mode only. Not
just near the percentage button.
Yes, sir. I am pressing that only. It's coming here. I can.
On your screen, it is displaying, but it is not displaying on our screen.
No, you are increasing
I suggest one. This is the same problem we had yesterday. I suggest one.
Yesterday, I think yesterday it was
one
there.
Solution, which is that you stop sharing the screen.
Okay.
And then have it in presentation mode before sharing the screen.
1 minute.
I think that might be the problem. There is some problem with Zoom that it doesn't like.
Yes, sir.
You might have to put it in presentation mode first before sharing the screen. This was a difficulty we had yesterday. What is nice is that when you have a beautiful presentation, then when we record it, it will be good if it is presented correctly. Agnihotriji, I just want to check this again, whether my...
Yes, sir. No.
No, the same is there.
Same problem. Same problem.
Please go for third button in the right side corner, down.
Yes, sir.
Down near percentage.
Yes, sir. It is a slide shorter, then a reading view, and next the slideshow. I'm keeping slideshow, but I'm now seeing from my screen. It is a full slide.
Yes.
Okay.
This is
Can you send me on WhatsApp or mail?
Is it okay, sir? Yes. Yes, sir. I will send it.
No.
1 minute, sir.
Sudhakar Reddy, if you go to the left-hand side and you see where it says slides, outline, and a cross button, if you close that box on the left-hand side. Yes. Apologies for this difficulty. We had the same problem yesterday.
In my opinion, everybody must send their presentations to Pawanji, so he can handle it very well, or Jayeshji.
Rajanji, namaskar.
नमस्कार नमस्कार. क्योंकि सेम प्रॉब्लम yesterday भी था.
इसमें
सर आई डिड व्हाट्सएप में भेजा सर. कौन सर?
Sudhakar Reddy ji, can I, if you stop sharing your screen, I just want to try from my side if I have the same difficulty or not.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I just want to test to see if
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please test.
Because it's a
Done, sir, done.
done. There it is. Good. Now
आ
it's
गया
here.
बढ़िया, आ गया.
Very
Yes, now it's okay. Correct.
Thank you. Please tell us how you solve this problem. Sudhakar.
आप केवल नेक्स्ट बोलते जाइएगा सुधाकर रेड्डी जी, मैं बढ़ाता जाऊंगा आगे.
Sir, 1 minute, sir.
पवन जी, आपने कैसे
Yes,
किया
sir.
ये?
नॉर्मली सर जैसे अपन सब करते वैसे ही किया है. मतलब कहाँ गड़बड़ जा रही है मैं नहीं जानता हूँ. अपनी
सर,
चूक में कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है.
अच्छा, ठीक है.
सर हमारा लैपटॉप में वो जो हमको मिलता है, लेकिन आपको स्क्रीन में नहीं दिखाया. हाँ, ठीक है सर.
ये कोई बात नहीं सर.
चलो.
It is.
Well begin is half done.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir,
Welcome.
once again. For
Welcome,
giving this
Professor Reddy.
opportunity. Today, whole world is observing the World Tuberculosis Day. On this day, Pawan Kumar Sharma sir aptly conducting a webinar. Best support from for tuberculosis from IRES side. Next slide, please, sir. Now, I would like to say a few words regarding history of World Tuberculosis Day. On March 24th, 1882, Dr. Robert Koch announced the discovery of Mycobacterium tuberculosis, the bacteria that causes tuberculosis. So during this time, according to them, TB killed 1 out of every 7 people living in the United States and Europe. Just imagine the devastating effect of the tuberculosis those days in 1882, when Robert Koch announced that the Mycobacterium tuberculosis causing the tuberculosis. On the 100th anniversary of Robert Koch in 1982, on 24th March, declared as World TB Day every year on March 24th. So this is a brief history of why World Tuberculosis Day is celebrating. Next slide, please, sir. Now, aim of the World TB Day. We know every days are celebrating to bring awareness. So here, especially to raise the public awareness about the devastating health, social, and economic consequences of tuberculosis, and to step up efforts to encourage global TB epidemic. So previously, it was killing more people. That's why prevention is possible. That is why we should bring awareness among the community. For this purpose only, every year, that March 24th day is celebrated as the World Tuberculosis Day. The theme of 2022 is Invest to End TB and Save the Lives. So till now, the treatment is available. Still, the problem is there. That's why we have to keep end to the tuberculosis. So what is the problem? TB remains one of the world's deadliest infection killer. You know very well. And each day, over 4,100 people are losing their lives because of the tuberculosis. And close to 28,000 people fall ill with this preventable and curable disease. So it is a preventable, it is a curable, but only thing is that if you take precautionary measures or if you diagnose early. And global efforts to combat TB have saved on estimation at 66 million lives life since 2000, year 2000. During COVID-19 pandemic has reversed years of progress made in the fight to end TB. So that means before 2020, we were achieved a lot. That means the tuberculosis cases were reduced. But for the first time in over a decade, TB deaths increased in 2020 because of the COVID-19. As we know, it's a comorbidity. Because of this reason, that is really there. So next slide, please. Let us see now what is tuberculosis. Next slide, please, sir. Sharma sir, next slide. Sharma sir, next slide. Can we go? Now let us see what is tuberculosis in brief. Tuberculosis is an infectious disease caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis or other members of the mycobacterium complex such as Mycobacterium africanum and Mycobacterium bovis, known to the effect of the humans. So this also we know very well, this is a causative organism. And now the since, sir, can I present, sir? Sharma sir, am I audible? Agnuj sir.
You are audible. He will just move the slide.
The slides are not moving.
He will just change.
He's not. Okay, sir. Next slide, please, sir. Next slide. This slide only the microorganism. Since time immemorial, it has affected many civilizations around the world, has been major reason for death toll during the earlier days. So before in Ayurveda also, we have mentioned that Rajayakshma. So we can say that since time immemorial, the problem of Rajayakshma or tuberculosis was more. And it is a global public health crisis, not only India, total world is affected by the this one. Next slide, please, sir. In India, TB continues to be devastating health crisis. More than 3 lakh deaths and 2.2 million people are new cases are occurring. In spite of noticeable progress achieved, TB always offers new challenges such as multi-drug resistant, extensively drug resistant, along with the debilitating side effects of the anti-tuberculosis drugs. So in the 20th century, the tuberculosis drugs, they have find out RNTCP. Under RNTCP, there are 4 drugs are included. After that, again, there is a resistant came. Even the multi-drug resistant also, again, more than that, again, one more resistant, extra drug resistant. So this is the problem with Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Next slide, please, sir. In India, TB in the community is managed by centrally sponsored TB control program known as Revised National TB Control Program in 1992. So after 10 years of the World Tuberculosis Day in 1992, the government of India to cure 100% of tuberculosis, they have launched a program called as Revised National Tuberculosis Control Program. The first before 1992, they have started with only 1 or 2 drugs, so where they could not able to achieve the target. That is why combining multi-drug therapy, they have mentioned Revised National Tuberculosis Control Program. Under this RNTC program, the most effective, the center of point is DOTS, DOTS, Direct Observed Treatment Short Course. They wanted to cover RNTCP 100% rate under the DOTS. So what is DOTS? So in a tuberculosis, when they start antibiotics like rifampicin, INH, etc., within 1 week or within 2 weeks, the patient will get relief from the cough, cold, fever, etc., and also he starts getting the putting of the weight. So the people then they think that I got cured from the tuberculosis. They will stop it. Then there will be recurrence will be there. So that is why they have mentioned DOTS. In the DOTS, there will be intensive phase and continuous phase. In the intensive phase, for a few weeks, the DOTS provider will give the drugs in front of him only. The patient has to swallow. Then we can say that the patient has consumed the tablet. So in the intensive phase, they will do this direct observation. That's why direct observed treatment short course came. And despite of being the centrally sponsored program and free treatment and diagnosis services, people still visit private practitioners at their first point of contact when a symptom arises. Because available government hospital available. In government hospital, free of cost, the DOTS is available. Still, people may approach first step to the private practitioners, and private practitioners in the study says that 50 to 80% of the patient visit private practitioner for tuberculosis treatment. And now this is a modern aspect on RNTCP, even though they are not, they have anti-tuberculosis drugs, but these all anti-tuberculosis drugs are having the hepatotoxicity, renal toxicity, phototoxicity. These are the toxicity that are there. Even the cure is there. If they follow 6 months, 9 months or 1 year course regularly, definitely they are going to get the cure of the tuberculosis. But the problem is that if they use long-term these drugs, then definitely there will be some toxicity of liver or kidney or brain or other things also. So because of this reason, we have Ayurveda. Now let us see what is in Ayurveda mentioned. So permanent tuberculosis is aptly compared with Rajakshma, you know very well, and it's primarily attributable to Dhatukshaya. So in the Rajakshma, there will be Dhatukshaya. Even in tuberculosis also, patient will become very weak. So immunity power will be lost, weight will be lost. So same thing, same all the symptomatic level, we can say that the tuberculosis is Dhatukshaya or Rajakshma only. This process universally initiates the process of pathogenesis in Rajakshma patients. What happens here, in addition, there is an inevitable metabolic dysfunction. That's called Dhatvagninasha. So this Dhatvagninasha, in which Rasa, Rakta, Mamsa and Shukra continuously going on decreasing. So that's why we may lose the Shukrashaya. So all the Dhatukshaya will be there. This Dhatukshaya leads to the Rajakshma. Next slide, please, sir. And this leads to ultimate deterioration of immunity or Vojokshaya. As per Ayurvedic concept, an unusual metabolic change. So the first one is usually from the Rasa Dhatu, it starts from the Shukra Dhatu, that Shukra Dhatu leads to Vojokshaya. But there is another way, unusual metabolic change occurs leading to the loss of various dhatus, such as Vojokshaya, Shukrashaya, Mera Dhatukshaya to Rasa Dhatukshaya, preceding each other, which is known as Pratilomokshaya. So here in this Rajakshma, there are the usual Dhatukshaya and unusual Dhatukshaya taking place. This Rajakshma is also known as Kshaya, Shosha and Rogarat. So among the diseases, it is a big disease like that way. And as per Ashtanga, he says that it is difficult to understand, difficult to cure, and it is very powerful or virulent. So in one sentence, he says that it is a difficult to understand, difficult to cure, and it is very powerful or virulent. And it is caused by sahasa, that is overexertion. A weak person, if he is doing more than his physical capacity, the exercise or any other works. And in classical example, they says that weak person, if he is fighting with the other person, the losing strength. So these are all sahasa or overexertions, all leads to the Vata Prakopa. Please, sir. Previous slide, sir. Please. Previous slide. So that is called Vata Prakopa in the Uras. That Urakshata then comes causes the Rajakshma. And Sandharana, all Vegadharanas. Vegadharana also again leads to the Vata Prakopa. This Vata Prakopa dries up all the dhatus. And Kshaya, as I already discussed previously, and Vishamashana. This is called improper food habits. It may lead to malnutrition also. According to modern also, the people more prone to get tuberculosis is especially malnutrition. So in Ayurveda also, there is a Vishamashana. It is nothing but malnutrition also causes the Rajakshma. Next lesson, please. And treatment principles in a simple manner, these are symptomatic treatment, Shodhana, like Vamana, Virechana, Raktamochana, and Nasya. So I'm not going to detail regarding the Vamana, Virechana, Raktamochana, etc. But what symptomatic treatment is available, the best treatments available, which is practically applicable to the community, that only I selected, sir, in this presentation. Next slide, please, sir. And common remedies like Sitophala Churna, along with honey and ghee, it will be curing the Swasa, Kasa, Arochaka, Supta Jivaka, Alpagni, and Pashishola. These are all the symptoms of the Rajakshma. These Rajakshma symptoms can be reduced by using the Sitophala Churna along with honey and ghee. And Vasagrita or Shatavari Astapada Angadaha. In the Rajakshma, there will be Astapada Angadaha. It is burning sensation in the Hasta, Pada, and all over the body. In that case, Vasagrita, Ashatavari is useful. And Duralabhadigrita, also Jara, Daha, Brahma, Kasa, Amchashola. And Jivaniyadigrita, it is useful in 7 symptoms of Rajakshma. That is called We have in the Rajakshma, Trirupa Rajakshma, Saptarupa and Ekadash Rupa. In all the Saptarupas in there, Jivani Yadya Gruta will be useful. Next slide, please, sir. Next slide. And Talisadya Churna or Talisadya Vadaka. If Swasa is there, Kasa is there, Aruchi is there at a symptomatic level, the Talisadya Churna or Talisadya Vadagutika will be useful. And Kravyada Mamsa Sevana. It is emaciated and other people, when muscle is reduced, they can use the Kravyadi Mamsarasa. Kravyadi means the carnivorous animals meat. So we know that one principle, Mamsam Mamchina Vardate. So in the Rajakshma, there will be all the tissue, especially muscle waste will be there. That is why to increase that one, Kravyadi Mamsa Sevana also mentioned by Acharyas. Next slide, please, sir. And there are common compound preparation for Mrs. Ratnavali, which are commonly used practice.
सर चालू हो गया दोबारा से
देखिए अभी जस्ट देखिए हाँ बंद हो गई मेरी मीटिंग बेसिक अकाउंट दिखा रहा है
सर दोबारा से टच करिए चालू हो गई
प्लीज चेक करवाइए सॉरी फॉर ट्रबल सर सॉरी फॉर ट्रबल आपको आवाज आ रही है
आ रहे सर
अब तो चालू हो गई ना फिर से अब दोबारा
अभी चालू हो गए सर अभी चालू हो गया
दोबारा से वहीं पे क्लिक कर दिया कई बार मेरा क्लास छूट जाता था ऐसे ही आफ्टर 40 मिनट्स या 45 मिनट्स वो खत्म कर देते फिर चालू हो गई बाय मिस्टेक पॉइंट तब क्या होगा
यस सर
वो नोटिस दिया आज पहली बार कि आपकी मीटिंग 20 मिनट में एंड हो रही है वहां मैंने देखा कि मेरा बेसिक अकाउंट दिखा रहा है मैं तो लाइसेंस्ड आदमी हूँ
नो इश्यू सर
आप उसको लाइसेंस नहीं आपको लाइसेंसी हथियार दिखाना पड़ेगा खाली लाइसेंस काम नहीं चलेगा
प्लीज कैन यू शेयर सर
हमें 5 मिनट दीजिए मुझे दूसरे कंप्यूटर से जुड़ना होगा
ठीक है सर
केवल 5 मिनट दीजिए मुझे प्लीज मेरे पसीने छूट गए साहब ये क्या हुआ अचानक जयेश बेचारा मैसेज किया मुझे
विदाउट स्लाइड आप वर्बल करते रहिए आपकी आवाज तो आ ही रही है रेडी सर
मैं करूं
हाँ हम लोग सुन रहे हैं
यस सर
टीवी का मामला है सुनना रिन्यूअल जरूरी है
So there's a common compound preparations from Bansode Ratnavali, which is also markedly available. They have like Kakubadi Shira, 20 to 50 ml with water, and Dashamula Kvata, 30 to 50 ml with water. Trayodashanga Kvata, 30 to 50 ml with water. Baladi Churna, Lavangadi Churna, which will be given, can be given 5 grams to 10 grams. Shitopala Vilehya.
थोड़ा धीरे धीरे रखिए ना जब तक मोहन जी जुड़ते हैं थोड़ा धीरे धीरे चलिए
Talisyaadi Modaka 3 to 6 grams with water. So these are common compound preparations which are available in market also. So next slide please sir. This is over. And Eladi Churnam, whenever the patient gets vomiting sensation etc. with all the RNTSP drugs, we can give Eladi Churna 2 grams to 5 grams with honey. Karpuradi Churna 3 to 6 grams along with the food and drinks. Vasavalehya, again more cough, kasa, swasa, or any raktastivana, hemoptysis is there. Vasavalehya can be given 5 grams to 10 grams with warm water. Chavanprash is worldwide accepted and also it is a drug of choice, we can say in our Rajakshma, 10 grams along with the warm water. Draksharishna, 12 grams to 25 grams along with equal quantity of the water. Whenever they have burning sensation or when weight loss is there, Draksharishna can be useful, sir. Next slide, please, sir. Ekshmari Loham. So there is a rasa preparation, herbo mineral preparation. Ekshmari Loham, 250 milligrams along with the honey. Shilajitwari Vati Loham, again 500 grams along with honey. Kashaya Kshaya Kesari Rasam, 75 milligrams with honey. Hemagarbha Potali Rasam, 125 milligrams with honey. Pippali Gritam, 10 grams along with the milk. Amrita Pasagritam, 15 ml to 30 ml with warm water. So this Amrita Pasagritam, Urakshata, Rajakshma, Kasa, Swasa, wherever Shosha is there in the body, again the Amrita Pasagritam is actually excellent Grita, which is absorbed completely and which reaches to the tissue level, sir. This is a study conducted. Amrutaba Sagrita is excellent in all the Kshaya of the social patients also. Next slide, please, sir. And preventive principles simply mentioned Acharya Charaka. Varuni Mandanityasya Bahirmarjana Sevinaha Avidhari Vegasya Ekshmam Na Labate Antaram. Those who take alcoholic preparation like a Varuni Manda, that is supernatural preparation of the Varuni Manda, and Bahirmarjana Sevinaha, cleanliness of cleanliness, it is external cleanliness. That's also same principle model, because it says that sanitation and not having overcrowded and also etc. is peaceful. In Acharya also mentioned that Bahirmarjana Sevinaha, if you maintain the cleanliness outside, definitely the problem will be solved. And Avidharita Vegasya. So the Vega Dharana should not be done. So these are Adharane Vega principles and Bahirmarjana principles and Varuni Manda Nityasya. These three, if we follow, definitely we can prevent the Raja Ekshma according to Acharya Charaka. It's also true, sir, because we may not advise the alcoholic preparation, but naturally prepared alcoholic preparation, according to Ayurveda, Varuni Manda, the supernatural water, the supernatural alcoholic drink can be useful every day. And Bahirmarjana Sevinaha Avidharita Vegasya. Next, sir. This is about the Acharyas they mentioned. But now, even though we are not having the proper cure by Ayurvedic drugs, but definitely we can say that Ayurvedic drugs are adjunct or supportive therapy in RNTCP drug therapy. That is why there is a research activity undergone to know the adjunct or supportive therapy. These researchers, 3 researchers are there. I would like to share. Okay, next slide, please, sir. Next slide, sir. Ayurveda as adjunct or support therapy. Rasayana compound on 133 permanent tuberculosis patients receiving CAT1 therapy, receiving therapy under RNCP. And under RNCP, there are 3 categories are there. CAT1, CAT2, CAT3. CAT1, freshly detected pulmonary tuberculosis phase. And CAT2, there is relapsing. And CAT3, again, there is a complication. So CAT1 patient, they are receiving 133 people. For them, as a adjunct and support therapy, Rasayana as given. The composition of Rasayana was Amalaki, Guduchi, Ashwagandha, Ishtimadu, Pippali, Sariva, Pushta, Haridra, and Rasna in the form of capsule 400 milligrams for 60 days for 133 tuberculosis patients, those receiving the CAT1. Next slide, please, sir. And the study showed relieving symptoms of cough 83%, fever 93%, dyspnea 71.3%, hemoptysis 87%. And most another effect is that increase the body weight 7.7%. So this is the study, one study as an adjunctive therapy. And next one, Bringaraj Asava, 30 ml equal quantity of Bringaraj Asava, half an hour before food during intensive phase and followed up to 6 to 8 weeks. So there, as I told, CAT1 patient, there is a intensive phase and continuous phase. So for the intensive phase, they have given this 30 ml of before half an hour, and they continued up to 6 to 8 weeks of the continuous phase. The results showed there was a marked improvement in subjective and objective parameters in CAT1, moderate in CAT2, and moderate also in CAT3. So this was a study conducted. And another study, the study reported that, sir, previous slide, please. Previous slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So one more slide is there in between. Okay, anyway, I'll read it, sir. Ashwagandha and Chyawanprash, adjunct therapy of Ayurvedic medicine with anti-tuberculosis drugs in therapeutic management of permanent tuberculosis patient. It is primarily aimed at to evaluate the toxicity reduction and early restoration of by adjunct therapy of Ayurvedic drugs. So we want to know that we know that very well the rifampicin, isoniazid, INH. Among the 4 drugs, isoniazid, pyrazinamide, and ethambutol. Among these 4 drugs, the INH is a powerful anti-tuberculosis drug, but at the same time, this INH is having the hepatotoxicity. So to see that toxicity reduction, the study has been conducted The study was conducted among the 99 newly diagnosed PTB patients from both sexes aged between 10 to and 16 years. The subjects were administered 500 milligrams of ashwagandha capsules twice daily and Chyawanprash as per Indian pharmacopoeia 10 grams thrice daily for 28 days. The results showed that, next slide, sir. Next slide, please. The studies reported amelioration of the symptoms, improvement of body weight, normalization of the erythrocyte sedimentation rate, that's called ESR, appreciable change in the immunoglobulin A and immunoglobulin M pattern, and significant increase in bioavailability of isoniazid and pyrazinamide. So this is also very excellent study, sir. That means the Ayurvedic Rasayana, Ayurvedic adjuvant, if you're taking, the isoniazid and pyrazinamide bioavailability also will be increased, apart from the liver reducing the toxicity. And bioavailability of isoniazid and pyrazinamide showed 7 to 10% increased value after 28 days of the treatment, sir. That's also a positive result. Next slide, please, sir. Next slide, please. Group 1 received capsule. Another study, Group 1 received capsule Leaf 600 thrice daily, composed of 200 milligrams of hydroalcoholic extract of Berberis aristarata, Daruharidra, Solanum nigrum, and aloe vera. Group 2 received freshly prepared decoction of Bhumya Malaki, the Philanthus fraternicensis, excellent drug Bhumya Malaki, prepared from 10 grams of aerial plant. And Group 3 received 600 milligrams of starch powder as a placebo. So 3 groups, one group Berberis aristarata, Solanum nigrum, and aloe vera. Second group only Bhumya Malaki, and third group as a placebo. This study showed no significant elevation in ALT. Next slide, please, sir. Next slide. No significant elevation in the AST and ALT were observed in treatment group compared to the control group, whereas no significant elevation was observed serum total bilirubin alkaline phosphate in both TG and CG. This shows that there is no elevation of the any liver profile. That is LFT, liver function test was normal. That shows that there is no toxicity in your giving this Ayurvedic therapy. Next slide, please, sir. And next slide, sir. So no trials are proved true anti-TB activity, but they prove to be an adjuvant and supportive therapy and also hepatotoxicity problem. So this we can say that there are so many, even animal trials are also conducted. There are no anti-tuberculosis activity exactly, but it is increase the immunity, it reduction the toxicity. That's why we can say that all Ayurvedic treatment available is only, we can say, adjunct and supportive therapy. Apart from RNTCP are available modern drugs, and to reduce the hepatotoxicity, ototoxicity, neurotoxicity, even renal toxicity also studies. Next slide, please, sir. And now just we have RNTCP, but if no Ayurvedic drugs included in the RNTCP, they have only 4 drugs. But now what we can contribute? So if we follow these rules and regulations, the patient, those who are undergoing treatment under RNTCP, definitely we can contribute to the wellness of the tuberculosis patient. So this is my small contribution, but what we can do, in what level we can do. So as a primordial prevention, as we know, primordial prevention means where there is no disease at all. The immunizing agent, causing agent is not at all present in the person. Still, we are taking some measures to prevent it. So in this one, what we can do to increase the immunity, we can start from the childhood, that is Prashana, Navajata Shishu, Madhu and Grita, Ananta, Mula, and these things can be given to increase the immunity. Nitya Rasayana, as we know very well, daily taking of Kshira and Grita and actually Rasayana, and Rutu Haritaki. So Bhava Prakasha has been mentioned. According to Rutu, if you take Haritaki, it improves your Bala. Haritaki is considered like a Mata, mother. How mother will be looking after your health. Like that way, the Haritaki will look after your Udara, that is Jatara health, or Agni. So that Agni is very important. So even though mother may get angry on children sometimes, but Haritaki if you are taking seasonally according to Anupana, will never cause any Agnimandya. That's what he wanted to say, Rutu Haritaki. This Rutu Haritaki also improves the immunity power. Next, sir. Next slide, please. To increase the immunity, this one, and to prevent malnutrition, as we know, Nitya Sevana Ahara, which is important, and daily consumption Nitya Sevana Ahara does promotion of health and prevention of the diseases. It acts as a balanced diet in Ayurveda, so that we can combat malnutrition. As we know, malnutrition is one of the cause for the tuberculosis. It promotes tuberculosis. That's why the malnutrition can be prevented by Nitya Sevana Ahara Dravyas. Okay. Next, sir. Next slide, please. And Shed Rasa Bhojana Mahatva, when we know that in all rasas must be there in our food, so that it gives best strength and enhancing factor. And Kala Bhojana, timely intake of food. One should take within 3 hours. That's whatever Acharya has mentioned, Kala Bhojana. Whenever you are getting hungry, you should take food. When you are not getting hungry, don't take food. So this again, he says that after 1 yama, you can take food. After 2 yamas, you should not take food. That means 1 yama to 6 yama between another second meal can be taken. So the Kala Bhojana is very, very important. Next slide, please, sir. And that was about the primary prevention and primordial prevention. Next slide, please, sir. Primary prevention. Next is primary prevention, where we are exposing to the disease. Exposing disease, we didn't get. But surrounding us, the people are getting the disease, got the disease. But we have to prevent it. That's called primary prevention. To prevent primary prevention, droplet spread. As we know, that tuberculosis is spreaded by droplet infection. Here, Vayu Shodhana, whatever Acharya mentioned, purification of the air, like Dhupana with Laksha, Haridra, Ativisha, Haritaki, Musta, Ela, Pushta, Priyangu. Locally, that can be purified by air, which is consists of the bacteria or mycobacteria. It can be killed by it can be neutralized by Vayu Shodhana. And second one, Havana Karma, sacrifice to purify air with drugs like a Karpura, Devadaru, Chandana, Sariva, Sarja, Agaru, Nimba, Somaraja, Gugulu. So these are all also proved antibacterial, antimicrobial. In Rajiv Gandhi University, one study conducted by Dr. Shantala Priyadarshini. I think she was one of our resource person previously. She was conducted a study in all temples. So temples, Havana Karma, and there the air contents of the before and after Havana Karma, what is the level of the bacteria and other thing, microbes. So that study conducted. So that way we can prevent the droplet spread also. Okay. Next one, Nidana Parivarjana. Nidana Parivarjana, we know very well, the Nidana Parivarjana is the only solution to prevent the any disease, especially Radha also, by following Acharya Rasayana, Ashta Ahara Vidhi Visheshayatana. This is very, very important to promote the nutrition, Ashta Ahara Vidhi Visheshayatana, like by Prakriti, Karana, Desha, Kala, all these things. So before taking food, they must know their Prakriti, and they must know the Ahara, Dravya, which is in the Prakriti, and etc. And also Sadvrita, the course. Here, during pandemic of COVID, we know very well, one should not sneeze and laugh without covering the mouth. This is mentioned by Acharya Charaka long ago. So the same thing can be useful. Even tuberculosis also, when tuberculosis patient is there, if you ask, keep mask, it is better. So not only COVID-19, any respiratory disorders where the droplet infection is the source of the disease, we can use the mask. And one should not let out mucus or nausea excreta at the time of other than cleaning the face and bath also. This can be used with the Sadvrita Nidana Parivarjana. Next slide, please, sir. For health promotion, Dinacharya, we know very well, and Rucharya. If we follow Dinacharya properly, Rucharya properly, definitely we can promote our health. When health promotion is proper, we can resist all the diseases, even tuberculosis also. Next slide, please, sir. As a secondary prevention, Chikitsa. As per Samhitas, we know if doshas or morbid matter are adhika matra, Acharya suggested snehana, svedana, followed by vamana, virechana. Medicines which are useful for this should not be karshana. So whenever we are going for the this shodhana, more karshana should not be there. And bahir paramarja chikitsa, apart from internal medication, apart from panchakarma, they also mentioned that bahir paramarja chikitsa, like as Rajakshma is a complex set of symptoms, as we know, Shiroruja, Parshvashula, are commonly seen in these patients. So different external applications like Alepa, Abhyanga, Parisheka also mentioned to relieve these symptoms as a Bahiparmarjana Chikitsa. Instead of taking oral medicines for such complication, Bahiparmarjana Chikitsa may be adopted. Next slide, please, sir. Following Patya. So in general, Shishtikashali, Goduma, Yava, Mudga, Jangala Pashim Vakshimamsa, and Patya for Rajekshma according to Acharyas. Next slide, please, sir. And for symptomatic treatment, next slide, please, sir. For Shiraha and Parshashula, for Pinasa, Yusha prepared with meat of goat, added with Yava, Kulatta, Nagara, Dadima, Amalaka, and Grita. Yusha prepared with Mulaka and Kulatta also will be useful whenever the Rajakshma patient is having more rhinitis or Pinasa. Next slide, please, sir. And for Shiraha and Parshashula, this is most common symptom in Rajakshma. Shiraha and Parshashula, Kasa, Swasa, frequent intake of Grita after food is suggested. And for Kapha Praseka, Yavagu prepared with the Vamaga Dravyas like emetic Dravyas, Grita is useful. For Atisara, this is also one more symptom in Rajakshma. Yavagu prepared with Changeri, Takra, Dadima, Manda, with Jambu, Amra, Bilva, Kapitha, and Nagara. With all these things, we can prepare Yavagu and we can give so that Atisara can be reduced. And next, Naimittic, as a Naimittic Rasayana. Next slide, please, sir. Next slide. As a Naimittic Rasayana. Naimittika means directly disease specific. Even though we are not specific, but they are mentioned in the treatment aspect. That is Rasayanas, which are Balya and Chayanashaka can be used. Following are the examples processing the such properties like Chavanprash, Amariki Rasayana, Haritiki Rasayana, Nagabala Rasayana, Pipali Rasayana, Amalaka Grita can be used as a Naimittic Rasayana in the tuberculosis patient. Next slide, please, sir. And as a tertiary prevention, we have seen now primordial, primary, and secondary. Tertiary prevention, any complications are there. So to prevent drug-induced hepatotoxicity. So in the tuberculosis patient, when they are receiving the RNTCP drugs, definitely there will be some toxicity will be there. To prevent the drug-induced hepatotoxicity as a tertiary prevention, use of hepatoprotective drugs like Guduchi, Katuki, Rohitaka, Bringaraja, Sharapunka, Pippali, Punarnava, Bhumamalaki, and Daroharja. So these are all now scientifically studied. They have anti-hepatotoxicity drugs. Okay, this can be used. And to prevent vitamin B6 deficiency, especially among the 4 drugs of RNTCP, like rifampicin, isoniazid, ethambutol, and other drug, the INH, isoniazid, is most powerful drug, which is act as an anti-tuberculosis. At the same time, B6 deficiency will be there, where neuritis will get, neuritis is the problem of the patient. So neuritis means they will get burning sensation all over the body. So their neuritis because of the vitamin B6 deficiency when they are using. So according to Ayurveda, we can say that Mamsa Prayoga, Mamsa of Barihi, Tira, Hamsa, Aja, Ushtra, or Go, or Mahisha. So this is not suggestible to all the people, but Aja, goat, means, or whichever local available, that Mamsa can be taken so that vitamin B6 can be prevented. Next slide, sir. With this primordial, primary, secondary, tertiary prevention, I would like to conclude that. So next slide, please. As I conclude that, as there is no proven anti-TB activity drug in Ayurveda, but as an adjunct and supportive Ayurveda can be contributed a large hope to TB patients. Rasayana therapy will improve the immunity and supplies the antioxidants which are essential in tuberculosis patient. And use of Ayurvedic drugs as a hepatoprotective as well as other complications effectively can be reduced by using the these hepatitis drugs in the TB patients. Next slide, please, sir. So next slide. Sir, one more slide is there. As a primordial and primary prevention, Ayurvedic preventive principles are most effective in prevention of tuberculosis. Ayurveda can provide best adjunct and supportive therapy for TB patients to increase quality of life without any complications. This is my suggestion, sir. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Hope I did justification to my topic. Thank you very much, sir. Pawan Kumar Sharma sir ji, Agnihot sir ji, and Madan Thangavelu sir, and Doma Jagadishwar sir also. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhakar ji. Madan sir.
Sudhakar ji, first of all, apologies for the difficulty with Zoom. We had
No,
this
no issue,
problem
sir.
yesterday because your
Sir,
presentation.
one more
had
apology from
so-
my side also, because I could not able to share and I given trouble to Sharma sir to share it.
But now that
That
Pavanji
also,
has the
apologies.
presentation, because your presentation had so many details in there and very nice, very, very informative pointers. If I can ask just one or two very simple questions. One is, you had a complex formulation, 450 milligrams of a rasayana that you are using.
Yes, sir.
And in that formulation, were you using extracts from the plants, or how does that formulation, the 450 milligram capsules you were using?
That capsules are raw. That's not an extraction, sir.
It's
water
just
form.
all the herbs
It's raw.
together.
It herbs only.
The
That
other
was study
point,
conducted in IPGTR Jamnagar. I've taken
Oh,
from the that's
okay.
a study, excellent study. First study conducted Jamnagar only. Next study Delhi. Next study somewhere in Hyderabad they conducted. These are all I have
This-
taken. It is not my own, sir, but I have collected data.
we collected.
But as per my knowledge goes, I treated one patient. Treated means with supporting therapy. When I was practicing, I think 6 years back, one lady came with only 25 years age girl, and she complained only cough since 2 weeks, and they are not aware of these things. 2 weeks we got doubt, but there was no reduction of the body weight. Then we started with Ayurvedic therapy, but not reduced. Then we just asked, why can't you go for a sputum test? We voluntarily asked them. Then she went on private laboratory and we tested. Then it came negative, positive. Then immediately I said that because I am a preventive medicine people and I don't want to take any risk. That's why I just suggested her to go to government hospital where they have taken 3 sputum examination and 2 sputum examination positive came. And the doctor, they approached me, sir, anyway, you are sent an early stage and it is very good. And one more thing, sir, you please give the dots therapy, keep it with you only because the patient is your own. That's why you please give these dots continuously. Apart from that, if you want, you can give any Ayurvedic therapy also, there is no problem. Then we started, sir, Pippali Rasayana and Ashwagandha Churna with milk. These two continuously they given, sir. And within 20 days, all the symptoms are reduced. And as per their anticipate, it will take more than 2 weeks. But here, it is a reduced symptoms as well as the appetite is increased. So that is my personal experience. We have taken only 1 or 2 patients, sir. But this data I collected from the net to show all the people, those who don't know. Right.
Thank you, Ji. We won't. There are several more questions, but we will wait for the end of the
Yes, sir.
session
Yes,
to
sir.
raise
We'll
these
wait.
questions. Thank
Definitely
you.
will do. Thank you, sir.
Pavanji.
Yes, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Amar Bansode from Mumbai. Welcome. He was ex-assistant professor, PMT Ayurvedic Medical College, and he is practicing from so many years. Welcome. Welcome, Dr. Amar. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Shall I start my lecture, sir?
Please, please, please.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer to organize such a beautiful lecture series on the behalf of World Tuberculosis Day. As it's a very burning issue nowadays, as we all know, I would like to thankful to Dr. Reddy sir to explain very well the burning issues about the tuberculosis briefly. So, as a part of, hello, my voice is clear, sir? Hello.
So echo.
It could be your voice, Amarji, your
Hello.
voice could be better.
Hello. Hello. Is it fine, sir?
It could be better, but let us continue. I think.
Hello. So now is it?
Try again.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Well, let us proceed. I think there is a.
Is it fine?
Keep talking.
Hello. Is it audible, sir?
Well, it could be better, but we will continue with this, Amarji.
Yeah. Is it audible, no, sir? I mean, no any
It could
trouble
be
about
much.
it.
It could be much better. There's a problem with your microphone, but we will live with it.
Okay.
And please proceed.
Okay. So, on the behalf of the World Tuberculosis Day, today's topic is the Ayush is the best supportive for TB. I'm working with the tuberculosis since last 8 years. Actually, I'm practicing in Mumbai. With the study of so many NGOs in Bombay, typical with the Bombay, the tuberculosis is the major health issue as the everyday. The tuberculosis. It's the fact actually, and it's
Dr. Amar, if you remove this earphone and directly present, I think this noise will be removed.
1 second, just.
With which device you are presenting? Yeah. Please.
Hello.
That is better, Amar. Slightly better.
Hello. Is it now?
Slightly better.
Is it fine?
Slightly better, but still not satisfactory.
How it is now, sir? Hello.
Well, I think we should continue. Agnihotriji will stop you if the quality is not good.
The intensity is good, but there is a little bit associated noise. So, with which device you are presenting? If it is mobile itself, it's okay. It will suffice the purpose.
Just 1 second, sir. I just off the fan. Actually, I think because of the fan voice. Is it fine, sir? Now. Hello.
Keep talking, Amar.
Is it audible now properly?
Set your volume at one place and okay. Don't touch again and again. That's why it makes a sound, additional sound.
Okay. Fine, sir. I will put here it. Is it fine now, sir?
Okay.
Okay. Please continue.
Yeah. Okay. So I should thankful to all of you. You all is very senior to me, but I would like to explain some experiences about the tuberculosis on this World Tuberculosis Day. So today is the part of Ayush Samriddhi, this lecture series, and I'm just going to start my lecture. So as we know, the tuberculosis is a very burning issue globally. Actually, on 2020, it was a major death cause after the COVID-19. And the prevalence of tuberculosis worldwide is a very wide issue. As we know, there were the 10 million patients per year and about 1.5 million deaths only due to the tuberculosis. So if we calculate that, 15% are the death rate in the tuberculosis. It's a very serious issue. And unfortunately, we know that there is no there is not a single Ayurvedic drug in the mainstream of the tuberculosis treatment, even though in the DOT or the any tuberculosis program, national tuberculosis program, government not include a single Ayurvedic drug. It's very unfortunate actually. With the experience and the various studies, we can say that if the government make any promising tuberculosis program along with the Ayurveda, the death rate definitely go decline order. And I, with this lecture, I would like to pass a message that in coming days, government should adopt Ayurveda in a mainstream tuberculosis treatment. Okay. So about the tuberculosis, Dr. Reddy sir explained already very much and briefly. So I would like to share my clinical experience. Okay. Before that, I would like to share the two experiences with the tuberculosis and the two patients, actually two cases. I came across one patient in 2012. My MD passed out is 2011 from the IRES Medical College, Mumbai. It is a government college actually. So in 2020, I attended a patient in ICU. It was a drug-induced liver cirrhosis case due to the anti-tuberculin drug. The patient was in a multi-system organ failure, and almost life expectancy was 3 to 5 days, as the female patient was spent more than 15 to 20 days in ICU. So on request of the ICU in charge allowed to treat the patient with the Ayurvedic drugs, and dramatically and magically patient recovered from that condition too and spend his normal life more than 10 years. A second case was a government hospital from Bombay, KM Hospital. The 16 years girl suffering from the extreme drug resistant tuberculosis and who spent 10 days in ICU. And after that, they got discharged with the minimum life expectancy and the recovery. So that patient also treated by us purely Ayurveda using that, and she saved very promisingly, and now she's absolutely fine. This case was a 2016, so it was more than 6 years now. She is absolutely living a normally. So there are so many cases along with that also. So with the experience, I definitely say that on this World Tuberculosis Day, Ayurveda is not actually adjuncting or the supportive treatment for tuberculosis. It should be along with allopathy treatments, or it should be a mainstream treatment part of the tuberculosis to save the many innocent lives. Okay. So as we know, most of the allopathy part about the tuberculosis, it's the treatment part and limitations about the antibiotics like the rifampicin, ethambutol, isoniazid. We know everything about that, okay, how much they are toxic to the body, specifically hepatotoxics. And there is no any alternative to save the patients from this. So it's the time needed to we should discuss and we should apply Ayurveda clinically in the tuberculosis patients. Okay, so I'm not going to explain much more about the modern. So I'm directly going to the Ayurvedic part. So when we thought about the tuberculosis, from the Sanhita, we got so many references from the various chapters. The mains are the Rajakshma, Shwasakas, Urakshat, Kshayaha. If we read briefly all these chapters, so there are so many different ideas, concepts, and the treatment protocols we got from all these adhyayas to treat the Rajakshma. Okay, so mainly if we focus over the Rajakshma, the most of the drugs come from the Rajakshma during the treatment of the tuberculosis. Okay, as we know that the key factor about the Rajakshma treatment, as we all know a mythological story, as Chandrama got the Rajakshma and Ashvino, who was the Deva Bhishajo, treat the Chandrama. In that, they give a key point that during the treatment, they ojasa vardate. That means they increase the oja of a Chandrama and Shuddham Satmam apete. So there are two factors. There are the ojakshayaha, and the second part is the sattva, yani manoha strotas. So as we know that tuberculosis is a basically poor people disease. Layman who in Bombay, the people who living in the slum areas, the death rate is much higher in that because of the as we know that there are 4 major causes of the Rajakshma: ayatha bala arambha, vishama asan, then vega pratirod. So these all causes mainly observed in a slum people. Even though Acharya says that the dasa is the prompt to the so many diseases as a vega vidharan, vishama asan. So all 4 causes mainly we observe in the slum people or the poor people. So tuberculosis death rate is the much higher in the slum people or the poor people. Okay, so if we focus over the as a part of treatment, if we focus over these four samprapti, we got a clue points about that. If we study well, that in ayatha bala arambe, there is a urashah vikshate and vayuhu prakupite. That means we so many patients there are a urakshataha, and then it goes to the complicated part, and the patient going to be die. In a Vega Vidharan, if you observe the samprapti that kafapitta prakopa, and it goes urdhva adaha tiryaga. Basically, tiryaga doshaha chirana dosyanti srotasaha, and make it complicated. The third causative factors of Rajyaksma or the samprapti, as we know that there are a kshayaha of basically shukraha, ultimately ojaha. Actually, this is the pratilom kshayaha. As we know that there are part of Kshaya, two sampraptis are there, Anulom and Pratilom. And the four are the Vishamasana. So Vishamasana basically cause Strotorodha and Dushayanti cha Dhatava. Due to the Strotorod, other dhatus going to be Dushayanti. Okay. So we all know all these basics about the Hetus and Samprapti. I would like to discuss more about the treatment or the clinical experience, what I have done or I have used during my 10 years of practice in Rajyaksma patients. Today, I would like to share it actually, basically. The main samprapti of Rajyaksma is the Strotasam Sannirodhacha Raktadinanacha Sanshayat Dhatusha Ushmanacha Apachayat Rajyaksma Pravartate. In all kind of tuberculine patients, or the specifically multi-drug resistant or the extreme drug or the total drug resistant patients, we observe these sampraptis or the three part of these sampraptis as a srotasam sannirodhasa. There are the strotorod, there are the dhatu kshayaha as a raktadinamacha sanshayat, and dhatu ushmanacha apachayat. That means there are the dhatvagni mandya. So this is this samprapti is this shloka is very important or the key factor in the treatment of the Rajyaksma. And if you work out over this with different kind of drugs or the procedures, the patient get well within time, and without any complication, they recover very well. One thing I observe in my clinical experience that those patients who have a drug-resistant tuberculosis, as we start the Ayurvedic drugs, after some period of treatment, that is the 45 days to 90 days, the drugs become sensitive to the Mycobacterium tuberculosis, even though they are the drug resistance in the earlier. So this is this is the different kind of study we have to conduct in the future, that the drugs which are resistant become very sensitive. This is the other benefits from the Ayurvedic treatment, along with the DOT or the other tuberculosis drugs. I would like to, as we know, there are the Trirup Rajyaksma, Shararup Rajyaksma, Ekadasha Rajyaksma. So I just, in very short, discuss each and every Lakshana along with a specified drug which I have been used in that patient. Priyanka, Pankalo, Garam Karan. So in a Ekadasha Rajyaksma, I treated so many patients along with the one specific Lakshana or the 1 or 2 or 2 or 3 or the Lakshan Samuchaya. Sir, voice is audible?
Amarji, looks like it's very warm today in Mumbai.
42, sir.
42, sorry.
Actually, voice is breaking
warm.
due to voice is breaking due to the fan. Actually, so
Would
if
you,
I stop, okay.
do you? I see the difficulty you are having there.
No, that's fine,
being...
sir. No, it's fine. Is it audible, sir?
Yes, it is very clear. Thank you.
Okay.
We are excited to hear now your treatment procedure for the different systems that you have.
Actually, yeah. So I would like to share the experiences which I have done in 8 to 10 years. So that will be more valuable, I think so. So I'm not going into the theoretical part briefly. Okay. So as we observe the Ekadasha Rajyaksma, So we faces many patients even though in the complicated stages along with each and every this lakshana. For example, I attend a patient with Atisar lakshana in ICU. Patient admitted in ICU for Atisar. There was the 10 to 15 episodes per day, and patients spend more than 5 to 7 days in ICU. But along with all the treatment, there were no relief. As we started the Suvarna Parpati, along with Kutaj Parpati and along with other Ayurvedic drugs which we use in the Rajakshma, the patient get dramatically cured within 3 days. Actually, it was very magical for me. So in Atisara, due to the Rajakshma, Suvarna Parpati is the choice of drug. In my practice, I use it frequently in many cases, and it's recovered well patient. Okay. In a Juraha, out of the Ekadasha Rasaha, in a Juraha, I used Jaimangal Ras and Suvarna Malini Vasanta Ras. It works excellent in a Jura, typical Jura. And in Rajakshma, my observation is that Jura is not high grade fever. Sometimes it's like Manda Juraha or the typical in the night fractions. Actually, in the night, there is a Manda Jura in a Rajakshma patient for a long time. In that conditions, if you use Jaimangal Ras or the Suvarna Malini Vasanta Ras, the Jura is going to be definitely reverse within span. 36 to 48 hours, I think so. एक एवरेज पीरियड अगर हम लोग देखेंगे तो 36 to 48 hours में जोरे जो लक्षण है वो ठीक हो जाता है along with other treatment. In a urak shulaha, any kind of shula, shira shulaha, urak shulaha. So pralepa or any kind of lepa which prescribed in the, which mentioned in the Sahitas in Rajakshma or Shwasakasaha, urakshata, if we use the pralep is the choice of line of treatment, as if you applied the pralep with the drugs which mentioned in the Sahitas, specifically in these chapters, the shulaha is definitely going to be, reliefs are there in the shulaha. Okay. Then as we observe in many patients, there are the woman along with the blood also. So in that cases, we use the Vasa Avleha, different yogas from the Vasaha. So as we know that one Acharya says that if the person who have Vasa in his front of door, he should not fear about the Rajakshma or the Raktapitta. So we use the different Kalpaha or yoga of Vasa in the Raktastivanaha, like Vasa Avleha, Vasa Guruchadi Kashai, Amruta Sattva along with the honey or the Grutaha, and the Vasa is the choice of drug in the Raktastivana. So in the Ekadasha Rajakshma, we can treat, there are the Lakshan Samuchayaha, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Lakshan Samuchayaha, many times we face the 1 or 2 Lakshana. So along with the basic treatment of Rajakshma, we have to treat as a Lakshana with the specific drugs, as I say, Suvarna Parpati in Atisara. And we have to make a protocol for the specific Lakshan and the specific drug. Okay. The another concept in the Rajakshma treatment is the Dhatu Pishanti Dhatavaha. As in Rajakshma, there is a Dhatu Agni Mandya is much more severe, and it's due to the Strotorod also. So Dhatu Pishanti Dhatavaha, the treatment in this condition is basically Agni Chikitsa, Agni Vardhan Chikitsa. So many doctors say that which is the choice of drug to increase the Agni in the Rajakshma. So according to my experience or my calculations, the drug, one should choose the drug which is Agni Vardhakaha but have the property of Rasayana. There are so many drugs which can increase the Agni, which have the Rasaha, Katu Rasaha or the Vishnu Viryaha, but one should choose the drug with the Rasayan property. And in this case, the choice of drugs are like Pimpli or the Chitrak or even the Suntha, that is Adrak. So these drugs works excellent in Dhatu Agni Mandya condition. So we use Pippali basically as a Vardhaman Pippali Rasayanaha. Frequently we used for the 21 days, mainly started from the 5 Pippali per day or 7 pipali per day or the 10 pipali per day according to the patient's balaha. Or it may goes for the 21, either 21 days or the 30 days, as in the manner of Vardhaman Pipali Rasayana. Even though Chitrak is the choice of drug in Rajakshma to increase the Dhatuvagni Mandya, and we can use it as a Rasayan therapy. But and I suggest that to use the Chitraka, instead of use Chitrak Mulchurna, one should remove the Chitrak Tokaha from the root separately and then make it in the churna form and give it in the along with the warm water or the in the Shirpak process. So it gives the good result in Rajakshma. Chitrak Mulat Toka. A third concept is that Purusha Rakshaha, Purusha Raksham in the Rajakshma. So because Vidbalam is the Balam, so we have to protect from that. The patient should not get the loose motions, any kind of, with the diet or the along with our treatments. The Vidbalam should be preserved in the patients of the specifically in the cachexic patient, those who have a weight loss, severe weight loss. We have to preserve the Purusha Bala. And the second one is the Shukra Rakshana or the Oja Vardhanaha. So these are the two another key factors that one should preserve the Shukra and Oja Vardhana treatment. And second one is the Vidbala or Purusha Rakshaha. During our treatments, we use Mansa Prayoga frequently. And for that, we generally use Aja Mansa Rasayan or the basically we prepared some kind of preparations to that from the Aja Mansa, Aja Mansa Mansaras. Okay, because it's very difficult for patients that every day you have get the Aja Mans and prepare the drugs or the Aja Mans. So we generally what to do with the Aja Mansaras, we prepare the Siddha Gruta along with the Panchakolaha and use it in the cachexic patients or those who have a severe weight loss. We prepared a Gruta from Aja Mans Rasa and use it. 4 point in the Chikitsa of Rajakshma is Asav Arishtaha. And as we know, the basic samprapti of Rajakshma is the Srotasa Sannirodhachas. There are the Srotorod and the Dhatwagni Mandya. So Asav and Arishta, Siddha Asav Arishtaha, like a Draksha Arishta, we use very frequently in that, or Draksha Asav, Chitrak Asav, Panchakola Asav, who can increase the Dhatwagni and who can relieve the Srotorod. It gives the immense results. So one should definitely use the different kind of Asav Arishta. Before starting the treatments, as we know, there are two types of treatment, Shodhan and Shamana. So basically, Panchakarma part we do not use much more as due to the limitations of the patient's balaha. But the one, if patient have a good bala, one can use the Vaman or the Virecha. But the as a associated process in Panchakarma, like Snehan Svedana, we have to use it that. So there are in a Svedana, Sankar Swed or the Pinda Swed. Either it may be the along with Sneha or a Ruksha Pinda Swed. It's much more relieve the pain, specifically Parshvashul, Urashul. In that condition, we have to use the Pinda Swedaha or the Sankar Swedaha. Nadi Swed is also much more beneficial. Before this, we apply a Chandan Bala Lakshadi Tel as a Abhyangartha, and then we give the either Sankar Swed or the Nadi Swed. Another procedure is the Avgaha Swed. Avgaha Swed. After applying Chandan Bala Lakshadi Tel as a Abhyanga, we just put the patient in the Koshna Jalaha for the at least 15 to 20 minutes as a Avgaha Swed. That also beneficial to relieve the Srotorod and to increase the Dhatwagni Vardhana. So Avgaha Swed is much more beneficial in the tuberculosis patients, specifically in the drug-resistant tuberculosis or who have much more weight loss. So in the clinical practice, one should definitely use this Avgaha Sweda. There is ansatapa, hastapada ansatapa, even though burning, eye burning sensations. This kind of complaints are very common in the drug-resistant tuberculosis patients. So in that case, Shatadut group is the choice of drug for that. If you apply the Shatadut group at the burning sites, the burning sensation reduce very frequently within time, 15 to 20 minutes में जो burning sensation है वो definitely कम हो जाता है. Okay, so now we are coming on the drug part, which we use in the tuberculosis. In my clinical practice, at least 30 to 40% patients are the drug-resistant tuberculosis patients are there. So there are we made a group of drugs according to severity and according to the requirement we use it. So in Grantahas, there are lots of, there are the bunch of drugs in the Samhita. But in the practice which we have made, I just going to explain it. So in the Kashayaha, we use the Dashimul Katutrayam Kashay, Vasa Guruchadi Kashay, Amrutarishta, Amrutatta Kashayaha. In the Avlaya form, you use Dashimul Haritaki, then Chavanprash. In sometimes Brahma Rasayan, Amrutprash is the choice of in the tuberculosis, as it's not only beneficial to increase the weight, but it's the amazing drug. So Amrutprash is the choice of in tuberculosis. For the Abhyangartha, we use Chandala Lakshadi and the Balate. Sometimes Dhanvantar. Otherwise, these two are the basically. In the complicated patients, specifically who have, who had admitted in the ICUs or who required a specific care, or the specifically extreme drug-resistant tuberculosis patients, we have to use the Rasaushadhis very frequently in a high dose. So in that group, we frequently use Suvarnamalini Vasanta, Trailoka Chintamani Ras, Raja Mruganka Ras. Then we use Sarvanga Sundar Ras, Lakshmi Vilas and Mahalakshmi Vilas Ras. Mahalakshmi Vilas Ras Suvarna Yukta. In our region, two types of Mahalakshmi Rasas are available, with Suvarna or without Suvarna. So we use the Suvarna with Suvarna in the tuberculosis patients. So and the last one is the Shwasakas Chintamani Ras. So this is the group from the Rasaushadhis who contain the Suvarna. Actually, these are the Suvarna Kalpas we use very frequently in the tuberculosis patients. And in the single drug formations from the Rasaushadhis, we use Suvarna, Moptik, Abrak, Hartal, Manashila, Rasa Sindur, Suvarna Sindur, Tamra Basma, Vanga Basma, Hingul, Praval, and the Loha Basma. So these drugs we use according to conditions and according to the sign and symptoms. As we know, Suvarna, even though there are lots of research papers and the clinical studies with the Suvarna that it has a direct antimicrobial activity or the property against the Mycobacterium tuberculosis, even though Pimpri has the antimicrobial property or the direct anti-tuberculin property. So we know that these drugs have a very specific indications and very specific actions in the tuberculosis patients. As Moptik, in the Raktashti one, we use the Moptik or the Ansa Hastapada Daha. We use the Moptik in a somehow in large dose, about 150 mg per dose to about 300 mg per dose. For the Dhatvagni Vardhan, we use the Hartal or Manashila, like arsenic compounds. It acts very well. Tamrabasma is very good Sroto Rodanashak and Dhatvagni Vardhak. So many patients complain Ratri Sweda in a Rajachna. Ratri Sweda. There are the typical sweating in the night. So in that condition, we use Yashada and Vangabhasma. So this combination do excellent, and it's very beneficial in the Ratri Sweda, which specifically complains with the tuberculosis patient. Hingul is the another drug which acts very well in the tuberculosis patients. Praval, specifically the pathogenesis with the lungs or the manifestations with the lungs. or the complications with the lungs, we use Pravar in that conditions, or the Samprapti is along with the Asti Majjagat form, we use the Pravar in that case also. So these are the some single drugs we use specific indications along with specific Anubana. In the herbal drugs, we mainly use Bala, Nagabala, Shatavari, Guruchi, Haridra, Amalaki, Kushmanda, specifically for the Brahan Dravya, Brahan Karma, and the Srotorodnashana. So I mentioned that for Brahan Karma, one should use not only Madhur Rasatmak Dravya, but along with the Madhur and Tikta Rasatmak Dravyas are acts very well, like a Shatavari. Shatavari is a Madhur, but also has the property of Tikta Rasaha, which is the Dhatvagni Vardhan too. So one should use the Madhur Ras along with the Tikta Ras for the Brahan Karma. It acts good. So all is about this. Rest of things are explained by the Dr. Reddy sir very well, that the preventive manners, that the Varoni Madhya Sevan, Bahir Parimarjan, Na Vegan, Na Dharayat, etc. So I'm not going in that era to explain again that, as it will be very lengthy. So this is the framework actually I'm using last 8 to 10 years in the tuberculosis patients, and I definitely mentioned that it works amazingly. Even though those patients who have extreme drug resistance with the allopathy drugs get recovered from the tuberculosis, and even though these drugs may become again sensitive with the tuberculosis or Mycobacterium tuberculosis, that is amazing actually. So on this tuberculosis World Tuberculosis Day, I definitely want to give a message that the government or the concerned research authorities should look forward with the Ayurveda not as a supportive treatment, but to try to include the Ayurveda along with the mainstream treatments, that the DOTS or the any other protocol, to save the many lives. Thank you.
Amarji, thank you. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Amarji. Ji, Madan sir, please.
Thank you. Amarji, thank you very much for your presentation. Sorry that we are having problems.
Somehow, actually, I should apologize to all of you that there are some problems.
The reason, Amarji, the reason, I'll just, before I pass the floor to Rajanji, Rajanji from Mumbai, but perhaps you know him, has a question here about Snehan, etc. We would like to have you again to describe, because you have given us a lot of information, about especially the different types of Rajasha, and you talked about the Ekadashi type, the Jwara type, etc., etc. Very, very important. I won't ask. I'm not a person qualified to ask you questions. Again, you gave us a lot of information about the rasa preparations that are in use. I will initially pass the floor on to our senior Vaidyas here, including Professor Reddy, who is here with us, and Rajan Patangar. Perhaps I can start with Rajanji. So before I do that, thank you again for your very, very informative presentation. Now, I have only one question before I pass the floor to Rajanji. You are working for yourself. Is it a private practice that you have in Mumbai?
Yes, I have a private practice. In the recent phase, I was a lecturer in a medical college, but I resigned for the practice actually. I just want to give full time for the practice. So now I'm doing the full time practice.
Where are you located?
Ghatkopar, Mumbai.
Could you give me the name again, the name of the place? You're not in Navi Mumbai.
Ghatkopar. No, it's in Bombay actually. Ghatkopar, Mumbai.
Thank you. I will leave the floor to Rajanji. Agnihotriji also has some comments here. Rajanji, namaskar.
Namaskar.
Happy to have
very near
Mumbai.
To me. I'm
happy to have Mumbai talking to Mumbai here.
Yes. Okay. Very nice and excellent presentation, Amar.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, hats off to you. I use Tailapan also in some cases.
Okay.
And Tailapan of Narayan Tel and Bala Tel. Narayan Tel in the morning, empty stomach, and Bala Tel at bedtime. And
Okay.
one case I had handled about the sir.
Hello.
राजन जी आपका आवाज कट गया जी. Amar, did you get the question from Rajan ji?
No.
Benefit
No.
given to the
Oh,
patient.
Rajan ji, please repeat your question. Thank you.
Sir.
We lost
Acha.
your voice in between.
Okay. In Raja Eczema, 1 or 2 cases, I use Tailapan, Narayan tail early in the morning, empty stomach, 10 ml, and Bala tail at bedtime, again 10 ml. Just lukewarm it and gulp it. Then another thing, for the Sarakta Steven, what you are told, I only use Kushmandav Leha, and it has got excellent results. And none other medicine than Kushmandav Leha, because I tried so many things for him, including Bala, then Sitopaladi, so many combinations.
Yes.
But I discussed this case with our Shende Shastri ji from Pune, and he advised me only to give Kushmandav Leha, but you have to prepare it yourself, not from the market. Yes. So that's why I prepared it, and it gives me excellent results. And that patient is basically he's a electronic engineer, and at that time he has got too much workload to establish that optic fiber locations in all over Bombay. So that's why I had given him Kushmandav Leha. It has got excellent result as a Rasayan also, and for Sarakta Steven also. I treated one case of Shosha, which has been diagnosed by allopathy as a global ischemia. And in that case, as you said, Snehan of Balatel, really very excellent. Then I use Lakshmi Vilas. Lakshmi Vilas is the formulation or the drug of choice by Vaidya Antarkar Shastri. So that I use in so many cases, the chronic cases especially. Lakshmi Vilas, then Amrutaji Gugul, because in that global ischemia, swelling on the knee and the thighs and on the elbow joints is too much. So that definitely helps me. And for Apunarvo Chikitsa, I use Suvarna Malini Vasanta in Sukshma form, because I am preparing Sukshma Aushadhi for last 15 years. And that patient has weight gain of 4 kg in 2 months. And he was basically a painter, and some apathya definitely by him, having tobacco and then heavy drinks. So that's why this is my experience to share with you. Because Amar is very much experienced and he has presented it very nicely. So once again, thank you. Thank you, Amar. And thank you, Pawan ji. Thank you, Madan ji. And Agnihotri ji will comment more on that, because he is going to make his PhD, because he has taken so many notes of each and every presenter, and he must be having a lot of bunch. Means I can say it as a grantha. He can definitely publish it. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Rajanji. Thank you very much. I want to give the floor very quickly to Agnihotri because his comment is the Tailapan may lead to digestive tract problems. Agnihotri ji, शायद आपकी तरफ से कुछ.
नमस्कार सर.
आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा जी.
शायद साउंड म्यूट है अग्निहोत्री जी का.
एक बार और. नहीं जी, आवाज नहीं आ रहा आपका. There is some Agnihotri ji ka. Achha. While Agnihotri ji rejoins us, I wish to get some feedback from Sudhakar Reddy ji, and also we have Harish ji joining us from Toronto. Harish ji, namaskar.
सर प्रणाम, सभी आचार्यों को प्रणाम. प्रणाम प्रभु जी, प्रणाम प्रभु जी, प्रणाम डॉक्टर पटनायक जी. तो आज मैं लेट मैंने ज्वाइन किया, ये बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट विषय है ट्यूबरक्लोसिस का। इसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात, क्योंकि मैं बाकी यूट्यूब पे सुनूंगा, मेरे दिमाग में ये रहता है ट्यूबरक्लोसिस के बारे में हमेशा कि जो मल्टी ड्रग रेजिस्टेंट ट्यूबरक्लोसिस है, ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है पूरी दुनिया में। तो इसमें क्या हम आयुर्वेदा में इसके लिए कुछ कर सकते हैं? नंबर वन, मैंने अपनी प्रैक्टिस में हमेशा ट्यूबरक्लोसिस को कैसे ट्रीट किया। मेरे पास मेजोरिटी जो ट्यूबरक्लोसिस के पेशेंट की मेरे दोस्त जो एलोपैथिक डॉक्टर्स हैं वो रेफर कर देते थे, वो अक्सर अपनी दवाइयाँ लेते रहते थे। तो मैंने स्वर्ण बसंत मालती और रुदंती फल, इन दो चीजों का इस्तेमाल किया, बड़े कमाल के रिजल्ट थे। स्वर्ण बसंत मालती और रुदंती फल, इसका इस्तेमाल किया, बहुत कमाल के रिजल्ट। और जो बल्ले औषधियाँ होती हैं जैसे च्यवनप्राश, ब्रह्म रसायन वगैरह, ये भी बीच बीच में देते रहे, क्योंकि अनफॉर्चुनेटली ट्यूबरक्लोसिस जो है हमारी सोसाइटी के लो क्लास में बहुत ज़्यादा कॉमन होता है। कई बार तो बहुत सारे लोग पूरी में इफेक्ट हो जाते हैं क्योंकि इकट्ठे रहते हैं वो लोग। तो स्लम एरियाज में बहुत कॉमन होती है ट्यूबरक्लोसिस, तो वहाँ कॉस्ट मतलब पॉकेट भी देखनी पड़ती है पेशेंट की, स्वर्ण योग सबको नहीं दे सकते। तो एक आज मैं थोड़ी सी डिस्कशन करना चाहता हूँ डॉक्टर राजन जी से कि जो आपका जो कॉन्सेप्ट है सूक्ष्म औषधि का, मैंने इस पे थोड़ा विचार किया। आप जो स्वर्ण औषधियों को सूक्ष्म रूप में बना के उससे कॉस्ट इफेक्टिवनेस हो अच्छा हो रहा है, जैसे कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव हो रही हैं दवाइयाँ, सस्ती पड़ रही हैं। जैसे स्वर्ण बसंत मालती है, अब 15-20-30 रुपए की एक गोली आती है, और 2 गोली सुबह 2 शाम में, तब जाके उसकी डोज कंप्लीट होती है अगर उसको इफेक्टिवली देना हो। तो क्या स्वर्ण बसंत मालती को आप राजन जी हमेशा उसमें मिल्क ऑफ शुगर में मिला के उसको प्रिपेयर करते हैं? क्या ऐसा पॉसिबल है कि हम आयुर्वेदिक इंग्रेडिएंट, हम टेक्नोलॉजी तो आपकी ले लें जो सूक्ष्म औषधि की है, लेकिन द्रव्य हम आयुर्वेदिक लें? जैसे मैंने कहा कि रुदंती फल चूर्ण हम बेस ले लें और उसमें स्वर्ण बसंत मालती को 1 ग्राम स्वर्ण बसंत मालती, 10 ग्राम जो चूर्ण है रुदंती फल, इसको ट्रिचुरेट करें आपके प्रोसेस के अकॉर्डिंगली। फिर उसमें से 1 ग्राम लेकर के उसमें 10 ग्राम रुदंती फल, इन स्पाइट ऑफ मिल्क ऑफ शुगर, हम रुदंती फल का चूर्ण इस्तेमाल करें। क्या इससे रिजल्ट बेटर हो सकते हैं?
इसके लिए ना, इसके ऊपर भी प्रयोग हो चुके हैं कि गोदंती भस्म में, बाद में यष्टि मधु में, बाद में सीतोपलादी में, और उसका जो शेल्फ लाइफ है, तो अगर मतलब तुरंत बना करके देना है तो ये डेफिनेटली बेनिफिशियल, पर अगर लॉन्ग टर्म देना है तो मिल्क ऑफ शुगर में वो ज्यादा ये होता है, ऐसा देखा गया है।
थैंक यू।
क्योंकि एक हमने एक्सपेरिमेंट किया था रोमेटॉइड के मरीजों के ऊपर, ये सूक्ष्म औषधि का ही अश्वगंधा चूर्ण में हमने जो सिद्ध मकर ध्वज लेके उसको ट्रिचुरेट करके, इंस्टेड ऑफ आपका जो ये मिल्क ऑफ शुगर है, हमने अश्वगंधा को बेस रखा उसके लिए, लेकिन वो मैं 1x या 2x तक ही बना पाया था। इफेक्टिव था वो, एक्चुअली बनाया इसलिए था कि कॉस्ट कटिंग के एंगल से। तो लेकिन आज हमारा ट्यूबरक्लोसिस का विषय है, तो इसमें जो बल्ले औषधियाँ हैं ये डेफिनेटली बहुत काम करती हैं। और मेरी प्रैक्टिस में हमेशा ऐसा रहा है कि अगर पेशेंट एलोपैथिक दवाइयों को रिस्पॉन्ड कर रहा है, क्योंकि वो एक कंप्लीट थेरेपी है, वो एक नॉन ट्रीटमेंट होता है, अगर 6 महीने का 1 साल का जिसका भी है, अगर वो अपना कंप्लीट कर रहा है वो अपना करता रहे, साथ में हम एज सपोर्टिव मेडिसिन अगर स्वर्ण बसंत मालती, रुदंती फल, च्यवनप्राश, इस तरह की बल्ले औषधियाँ, इम्यूनो मॉड्यूलेटर, इवन अश्वगंधा चूर्ण या ये गड़ूची संशमनी बटी, ये सब चीजें जो है इसमें फायदा करती हैं। और कई बार ये भी देखा गया है कि जो पेशेंट को एंटी ट्यूबरकुलर ड्रग्स के साइड इफेक्ट्स आते हैं, कुछ दवाइयां जैसे आइसोनाइजाइड या रिफेम्पिसिन वगैरह, इनसे हेपेटोटॉक्सिसिटी होती है, उसके लिए मैंने देखा है कि गुड़ूची और आंवला कमाल का रिजल्ट है। जिन लोगों ने भी गुरुची आंवला लिया उनको हेपेटोटॉक्सिसिटी नहीं हुई है। तो हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं कि पहले वो अपना ट्रीटमेंट कंप्लीट कर लें, जो एलोपैथिक ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है, साथ में हेपेटोटॉक्सिसिटी ना हो उसके लिए आयुर्वेदिक सपोर्ट लें, आयुर्वेदिक मेडिसिन को साथ में ऐड कर लें जो इम्यूनो स्टिमुलेंट भी हैं और सेकेंड जो हेपेटो प्रोटेक्टिव भी हैं, दोनों काम करती हैं, और साथ में बल्ले औषधियाँ आयुर्वेदिक लें। तो इस तरह की मेरी सोच है और ऐसे ही मैं प्रैक्टिस करता रहा हूँ। तो आज के लिए इतना ही। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Harish ji. Thank you. You have given us some good pointers. Perhaps Amar ji, आपकी तरफ से कुछ comment हो हरीश जी की जो बात जो रखे हमारे सामने?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, according to my observations, Suvarna is the choice of drug in the drug-resistant tuberculosis. Actually, as Sir said, it's not possible to give the each and every patient as the tuberculosis is the poor people disease. Actually, the people who living in the slum got the drug-resistant tuberculosis much more. So in that conditions, the alternative drug, according to me, as the Pippadi, Piper longum. Actually, if we use the Piper longum frequently in various forms, like Kshirpak, or in a form of Vardhaman Pippali Rasayana, or the Pippalasav, Pippaladi Churna. So this is the choice of drug in this condition. If you are not going to use the Suvarna in much more quantity, use the Pippali frequently, or in different kind of yoga or the preparations. Definitely patient gets reverse in that condition.
तो
अमर जी, this point आपने शायद, sorry हरीश जी please.
जो पिपली है, are you giving पिपली alone or in combination with some drugs?
I always use Pippali in Kshirpak Paddhati, sir. Either Vardhaman Pippali Rasayan or in a Kshirpak Paddhati. I never use Pippali in a Churna form single.
No, is it combined with other drugs also?
Yeah, definitely. There are certain protocols which include one Suvarna Kalpa like Suvarna Malini Vasanta, or the Shwaska Chintamani, or two Kashayas, the Shmul Katutrayan Kashaya or the Vasa Guruchadi Kashaya, one Churna Sitokladi or the Talisadi, and then we use the Pippali Rasayana in a Kshirpak Paddhati. So there is a protocol for that tuberculosis. Yeah.
मैं पिपली के बारे में आज एक आपसे थॉट शेयर करता हूँ। पिपली के ऊपर बहुत रिसर्च हुई और पिपली को किसी ने अमेरिका में पेटेंट भी कराया है। डॉक्टर मजीद है, उन्होंने पेटेंट कराया एज बायो अवेलेबिलिटी एनहांसर। बायो अवेलेबिलिटी एनहांसर। तो पिपली एलोन जो है, इसमें जो पाइपरिन होता है, इसकी कोई एंटी ट्यूबरकुलर प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है, लेकिन पिपली को लोगों ने रिफेम्पिसिन के साथ भी यूज करके देखा है, रिफेम्पिसिन along with पिपली, and they found it very effective. So पिपली enhances the bioavailability of any drug. तो पिपली को उन्होंने आइसोनाइजाइड के साथ, इवन एमॉक्सिसिलिन के साथ, एलोपैथिक ड्रग्स के साथ भी यूज करके देखा, and they found it very effective. तो पिपली को जितना हमारे आयुर्वेदिक ड्रग इंडस्ट्री में जितने हमारे जो मॉलिक्यूल हैवी मॉलिक्यूल्स होते हैं, उसके साथ पिपली को त्रिकटु को मिलाने का विधान ही ये है कि उनकी बायो अवेलेबिलिटी बढ़ जाती है पिपली के साथ। तो पिपली को अगर एलोपैथिक दवाइयों के साथ भी मिला के दें तो इसका एक्शन एंटी ट्यूबरकुलर ना हो करके उस पर्टिकुलर ड्रग की बायो अवेलेबिलिटी को इंक्रीज करने का डेफिनेट इसका एक इफेक्ट आ सकता है। Thank you, sir.
And one more point I would like to add in that, sir, Pippali is a very good hepatoprotective drug. So if you use along with the modern anti-tuberculin drug, it definitely reduces the hepatotoxicity. Actually, even though we use Pippali much more in the liver cirrhosis, liver disorders like the liver cirrhosis or different kind of liver disorders too.
Amarji, I have a question. I don't know if Harish ji, शायद आपकी तरफ से कुछ you want to comment on this? I just want to ask one question. Amar ji, आपके जो आप शुरुआत में आपने क्या कहा कि you see a lot of cases आपके जो practice में, कितने होंगे जी? एक नंबर दो, हफ्ते भर या महीने भर?
No, see, actually we faces about 10 to 15 cases per month actually, because
10 to 15.
yeah, actually I practice specifically in critical care, or my more interest in the critical care and emergency management with Ayurveda actually. So we in whatever I explain is about in last 8 to 10 years actually in my practice.
Iske, I will be grateful if the reason why I'm asking this question, Amarji, is in the chat box. I have put some references, some ये जो हरीश जी ने बताया और आपने जो बताया वर्धमान पिपली प्रयोग की, that action is very interesting. And there are people यहाँ यूरोप में, स्वीडन में, फिनलैंड में, ये chat box में I put की studies, there are people interested. और आपकी जो एक्सपीरियंस लेके अगर स्वीडन फिनलैंड वालों के साथ अगर थोड़ा सा कोलैबोरेटिव वर्क करें तो बहुत बढ़िया होगा. It will be a very, very exciting area possibility. This is why one question. एक हिंदुस्तान में जम्मू तवी में, जम्मू में है हमारी CSIR वाली इंस्टीट्यूट, वहाँ भी क्लिनिकल माइक्रोबायोलॉजी डिवीजन, फार्माकोलॉजी डिवीजन, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंटीग्रेटिव मेडिसिन वालों के पास थोड़ा है, पाइपर ये पिपली की जो प्रयोग. मगर we are looking, your experience and what Reddy ji has given us is the field level experience, you know.
Yeah.
And this platform is a platform to see how we can bring collaborations together in the country, outside the country, and across universities, and where students can get some new experience in these kind of areas, you know. So I'm very grateful that you are with us today. I hope together with our Rashastra people here, Pavanji is here, Rashastra person, Harish ji is here from Canada, also Rashastra person. I hope we can stay connected. We want your guidance, we want your inspiration so that we can strengthen this platform and make new interactions for the future. So on my behalf, I'm very grateful that you have been introduced to this platform. Pavanji will organize for you to revisit, come back to us again so that we can learn a little more from yourself. I want to give the floor to Agnihotri ji and then to Professor Reddy for some feedback and comments. Agnihotri ji, namaskar ji. Jayesh ji also after Reddy Saab.
Thank you, Madan sir ji. Right now, what I have to comment over today's presentation and discussion. There was one question in chat box that by Rajan Prankar ji, that how much it will be oil giving in a internal use, how much it will be useful. But before that, he himself came and he clarified that he is using 2 oils, one at morning and one at bedtime. I was scared regarding the oils overaction or Birichan karma, because in case of the tuberculosis patient, it is said that balam tasihi bidvalam, and in that way we used to treat the that type of diarrhea also. Dr. Amar already given 2-3 very good preparations like this purpurity, sound purpurity, and again Kushmand or potash purpurity. So we should be careful. If it is highly dried intestines and there is a case of constipation, then that application will be wonderful. It will give a wonderful positive results. Or else, if I just go through overall presentation, Professor Reddy thrown very good light over the its history and the history of the World Tuberculosis Days celebration. But lastly, at the point of his concluding stage, I don't know how he told that there is no anti-tubercular treatment, proven treatment is there in Ayurvedic system of medicine. It means before the invention of the INH and rifampicin and mycobutol, etc., they were also standing at the same ladder where we were this time in case of the COVID infection. So it is viral, while as tubercular infection was a bacterial infection. So the idea is that as far as our text is concerned, we are treating or we are knowing about the tuberculosis right from the Chandra Muni. He suffered like that out of the Pratulom Chai, and Ashwini Kumaro and Chavan Rishi made all the efforts possible for his regaining of the stamina and body, irrespective of the infective. So was the case with the X-rays. Before the invention of X-rays, there was no concept of chest PA view, and the patients were having such type of disease, and they were given full treatment. Our submission is that this disease is affecting all the sectors of public. Previously, we were thinking that it is of slum areas patient and it is a disease of poor persons. I came across a very good friend of mine coming from a very rich family, but because of the Ayathavalmaram, he involved himself in some crane work of railway side, and loading, deloading, and it was so heavy that 18 hours or so he was away from the food and meals and all that. So by chance he informed me this that I am losing the weight. Anyway, the fact is this: in previous years it was also a problem. The persons are not informing because of the shyness. How one person will, how the society will accept me or react me. Oh, usko TB ho gayi. TB was such a poor status disease of its own nature that it usually leads to death. And today, you see, it has got such a havoc also. Everybody wants to keep himself away from TB or even the information of TB. We are hardly having only 11 persons in our webinar. So the name TB itself, it seems that attendance is very poor. So it should not be taken like that. But fact is that whatever the preparation has been used, if a person is coming from the poor sector, how he will afford the gold preparation? And at the same time, the patient for whom I am talking about was very rich. He can be given the gold preparation, but he was not having the need of that gold preparation. So our idea is that basic hygiene is also to be maintained and awareness should be given. Like if a case is open, he should not be allowed to deglutiate the sputum. There should it spit out, and then spitting should be managed in the proper way. If at all it will deglutate, very naturally the Fox abdomen will happen on other things. So when these pathology will not there, when the Mantu stress was not there, we are having a 3-roop Rajakshma, 3-roop Rajakshma, 3-roop Rajakshma, Shad-roop Rajakshma, and Ekadash-roop Rajakshma. So very simple. Ans Pasha Vitapasya Santapah Karpadyo, Jura Sarva Cheti, Lakshmani Rajakshma. Early diagnosis, proper treatment, best results. This was the basic theme of any of the disease, or of course that TB also. So we will finish in about this time. I think this is sufficient. That how to manage. Yeah.
Thank you, Agnihotriji. I think you have given us some very, very important points about the revisiting the ancient texts and revisiting the ancient thinking, the traditional thinking, and the classifications that you've given us. हमारी तरफ से एक सवाल है जी. It's not a सवाल, it's an observation कि यहाँ पे chat box में अमर जी, I have put one study here. इसमें I call it a high octane study. इसमें मतलब बहुत ताकत वाली study है, क्योंकि इसमें जेनीवा से वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से उनके चीफ साइंटिस्ट, हमारी WHO की चीफ साइंटिस्ट सौम्या स्वामीनाथन भी है इस पेपर में. अब इस पेपर के अंदर जो it is slightly connected to what Agnihotriji is saying, कि isolation and comparative genomics of Mycobacterium tuberculosis from cattle and their attendants in southern parts of India.
Yes, bovine type of tubercular infection was there from this cow itself. Because we were really scared. So cow milk was avoided, and the aja milk, the goat milk was preferred in that case. And we think that in those days also goat milk was cheaper to the cow milk, and now it is rarest of the rare to have a goat milk. It is more than 100 rupees a liter or so. Whenever the case of dengue is there and platelet count is down, person rush for the goat milk. So in those time when it was not so dearness, they were managing and avoiding the cow milk because of the possibilities of this transmission of bacterial infection from bovine type of this. Moreover, if it is not managed properly, the patient can lead to the pleural effusion. Then again, modern science, they say, go for the ATT, go for the, and that too, if it becomes resist, we have to go the third, fourth line also. So this was the case. Cattle are having a little bit interaction with our this disease, sir.
Exactly. Agnihotri ji, ek sawal. When we look at, because you are based in Uttarakhand and the air is supposed to be a little more cleaner and the environment is a little more cleaner, wahan pe, what is the prevalence of TB in the higher altitude areas, not in the lowland?
Sir, great question. I was just missing to add this thing, and you automatically raised this point. Previously, when there were not a very good scope of the anti-tubercular treatment of any pathy, persons were asked to visit and change the climate. They were asked to go for the hill areas. And we, from our Rishikul Haridwar, used to take the excursion tour every year to the Bhavali Sanatorium, situated there in beyond Nainital. We have got the trees which release nascent oxygen. They give ozone. So O2 plus 1 O. So because of the availability, highly availability of this O3, such type of person who was suffering from, in those days, it is also said as phthisis. Tuberculosis was named as phthisis also. So pulmonary coughs was different with phthisis. Case of phthisis are even, they were asked without medicine. I have gone to Bhavali Sanatorium every time, and that oxygen from this chilled trees and all that, that environment is there, and with the lesser consumption of ATT, patients were getting a lot of fresh air, which was containing the fair oxygen contents also, and there was a great response. So our hill area is really rich for this support. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnihotri ji. I want to shayad Jayesh ji se sawal. Jayesh ji, namaskar.
नमस्कार सभी को मेरा प्रणाम. So I'm audible, sir?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Jayesh.
So we had a very wonderful discussions, and it said that Tadvid Sambhasa is very important. So with regard to TV, first I would like to say there is a reference in Ramcharitmanas Tulsidas also. So we need to look into history also. It was said that Tulsidas ji also suffered from tuberculosis. Now, TB is something we need to think beyond. I raised a question in the chat box. What about abdominal TB or other TB? Nowadays, abdominal TB is also very common. Even post-vaccination and other cases are also, immunosuppressant cases are also getting. So this question was something came in my mind. Challenging and accepting the challenge is very important. I regard Dr. Amar sir also. I have listened to sir in a post-COVID seminar, and for today's topic, I thought that he will be also one of the best person to speak, and I'm really happy to listen to him. Many of the medicines he discussed, and that time I remembered something. My discussion on tuberculosis with top doctors, specifically abdominal TB, of Ayurvedic doctors, allopathic doctors, Ayurvedic doctors from Northern India to Gujarat, Maharashtra to Southern India. And I will speak not as a Ayurvedic doctor, but as also a patient who have been unfortunately suffered from a suspected abdominal TB. As sir was saying that it's not always that poor people or they are accustomed. Sometimes we doctors are also, due to knowingly or unknowingly, due to certain negligence, or I won't say negligence also, it's a gift to our duty to service to a patient. As an Ayurvedic doctor in Kolkata, after BMS, we have housemanship in tuberculosis hospital, TB hospital. Actually, it was Ayurvedic hospital, but taken by the government as exclusive TB hospital. And I have worked there as a 1 year after BMS. And I don't know whether the germs came or not, but I would like, thereafter I started my practice, and suddenly certain symptoms came, and from 80 kg to I turned to 40 kg, such a drastic weight loss. And it was something I was almost in the deathbed. I would like to say that that was the time when I discussed this thing with top allopaths, top Ayurvedic doctors of India, from South India to North and everyone. So here the main point which I would like to focus, not as a doctor, as also a patient, as also a suspected patient, I would rather say, because the medium is very important, not the germs. We should not always forget the Ayurvedic concept. We have to concentrate on the media. I would like to say there were certain media in my lifestyle or in my stress factor which activated the germ. Tuberculosis germs are present everywhere. It is there. It is there in the air. We as a doctor face it. And as a common people also, when you're traveling in a bus, when you're traveling in public transport, we are coming across the germs. But why is not everybody getting the disease? So here is the media. And whenever we discuss any Ayurvedic concept, I would like to say we should focus the media concept, not on the germ concept. Today, again, the modern scientists and world is looking to the concept of the soil and the germ. The concept is very important. And as Dr. Amar sir and Dr. Reddy sir and others were discussing, the medicine is very specific and as per condition. So when I was having, initially I had to go through a virechan because the abdominal TB was going towards the ascites. And there was proteinuria and so many things. So we have to use the Ayurvedic Rasa Ausadhis as well as the Kasta Ausadhis. We have to go with the concepts also. Patol Katuroini Adi, Arogya Vardhini, Swarna Parpati, and these are really excellent medicines. I have myself been treated and I have treated many such cases also where I found that this is very helpful. The diet and lifestyle is important. I would also like to mention there is Devya Chikitsa, which is also very important. The Mahamrityunjay mantra, or we have to include all those things. That even the psychological point of view, I would like to say, I had started my private practice and I was at the peak of my practice, and suddenly I got this condition. So the people around me and the patients said, Doctor Saab, alcohol lete honge, drugs lete honge. Some started saying something which I have never touched, but it happens. Some said he might have got reaction with Ayurvedic medicines. So there are so many things which come across. If we think from a patient point of mind, we also get a broad range of concept. And that's why I say the holistic concept is very important and should be in our practice. Even as the discussion was there in the ATD, the piperine and the different liver protective, and stage wise, we have to go with the Rasayan treatment, Kusman Rasayan, and as per again the stage, we have to use the Khar also. We have to use the Kalyan Khar. And so we cannot brief it to be few lines, but I will definitely say that Ayurveda has got very good scope. And I would always like to add, my teacher, even myself also felt that it was Ayurveda and it is for Ayurveda that we have to keep working. That's the very little submission from my side. And I wish the Tadvit Sambhasa continue and we can be more helpful to more and more people with our Ayurveda. Jai Ayurveda.
Jayesh ji, thank you so much. It is so lovely to hear from somebody who was diagnosed and had this complication and how you have managed to come out of it. It is really wonderful. Thank you for sharing your story on this special day, on the World TB Day, and your message is recorded. And, you know, I think it's wonderful that you have shared this with us. I like what you have just said, which is also connected with Agniotri's comments about the sanatorium, clean air, which is a holistic approach for TB management. You know, I think for people living in a crowded location like Mumbai, there may be some challenges getting out of the city, going out to some clean air and clean environment. Maybe, I don't know, where is the nearest place where you can run away from Mumbai if you want to get some clean air. There are places, but it might not be very easy for people. यहाँ पे अग्निहोत्री जी, यहाँ पे स्टीना जी जो आते रहते हैं हमारी प्रोग्रामों में, स्वीडन में, स्टीना जी और विंचेंसो जी इटली से जो आते रहते हैं हमारी प्रोग्राम में, दोनों, in both these places there are very old sanatorium, and these sanatoria very beautifully built, but now completely neglected, not used. And there is one proposal that we should convert these sanatoria into remake these sanatoria as places where we can have holistic care for people with these kind of complications. Amarji, before I pass the floor to Professor Sudhakar Reddy ji, I just want to make one comment here and maybe get some feedback from you. ये जो पिपली की प्रयोग जो आपने बताया और एक चीज जो आपने बताया, which is that microbes that were previously drug resistant become sensitive.
Sensitive to the, yes.
This is could you tell us a little more? इसमें कुछ टेस्ट वगैरह है आपके पास, कुछ results?
Definitely, sir. Actually, there are some patients who taking the antituberculin treatment from the government hospital. Okay, they are registered in the government hospital, along with the reports that the drug resistant, which drugs are resistant to the tuberculosis. And along with that treatment, as we start the Ayurvedic drugs, they recovered well. And after some period, again, they repeat the test in the same hospital, in same government hospital.
Okay.
Along with that reports, we can definitely say that the drugs become sensitive, again, sensitive to the tuberculosis.
Thank you so much. I will discuss offline. We will discuss this point again. Shayad, if there are some comments from Harish ji, if there are no comments, Harish ji, आपकी तरफ से है एक सवाल. हाँ जी. Unmute कर दीजिए जी. Unmute.
Sir, I joined late. I couldn't listen the entire lecture of Dr. Amar. But I heard now that he used Swan Parpati. Can he just put more light on Swan Parpati, or have he used Swan Parpati in a Parpati Kalap manner? If you can explain.
No, sir. Actually, we use it in two forms, in two different forms. That in a fixed dose in certain patients, like 125 mg morning or night, BD dose, or in some patients we use it as a Vardhaman Suvarna Parpati. We gradually increase the dose in little dose in every day for 8 days or 10 days, and again we reduce to the bottom dose, that is the 125 mg. As if you start with the 125 mg from the first day, we increase it by the 25 mg in the next day. Again, we increase the 25 mg in the third day, like that. And again, we reduce the dose. Like a Vardhaman Pipli Rasayan, we use the Vardhaman Suvarna Parpati too, in a severe cases actually, and it gives the excellent results. If it is not necessary or there are no that much complications, we can use the Suvarna Parpati in a fixed dose, like 1 gunja, that is 125 mg BD for 21 days at least.
So for how long Swan Parpati has to be used? For how long?
Normally we use for the 21 days, and if we required for the long term, we can repeat the schedule as per requirement. But generally, I observe that it's not required to repeat the schedule in many cases actually. Because we, along with this, we are using the some another Suvarna Kalpa too, like Suvarna Malini Vasanta or Swaska Chintamani. So pathogenesis specifically in the intestinal fox or the intestine region, basically, we use the Suvarna Parpati. Once get it cure or the reverse that pathophysiology, we stop the Suvarna Parpati. There is no any much more use for that. So as per sign or symptoms of the requirement, we use the Suvarna Parpati. It is not the mainstream protocolic drug for the tuberculosis.
But if we compare our line of treatment with the allopathic side, in allopathic side, there is a symptomatic improvement in tuberculosis patient within 2 to 3 months. Like if we give isoniazid, streptomycin, or rifampicin, whatever anti-tubercular drugs are, we can see the symptomatic relief within 2 to 3 months. Patients respond very well, but they continue the treatment, same treatment for another 6 to 9 months. So similarly, if we can see the good results, symptomatic relief in tuberculosis, particularly intestinal tuberculosis, with swollen puberty in 21 days. What do you think? Shall we continue the treatment for another 3-4 months so that there should not be a recurrence or relapse of the symptom?
In this case, actually, we start with the 6-7 drugs, which are the main drugs in the protocol. Okay, specifically in the drug-resistant tuberculin patients. After 3 months, we reduce some drugs. Actually, if there is no requirement for as per sign of symptoms, as we know that in a DOT or in a modern therapy, there are certain protocols, fixed protocols for 6 months, 9 months, or the 12, 24 months. But in Ayurveda, actually, we do not continue same protocol for the long term. That means 6 months or the 1 year or 2 years. As per requirement, we alter the drugs, or we add on some drugs, or make on the hold on to as per requirements. For example, if we are using the Vardhaman Pippali Rasayan, we use a one schedule for 21 days. Then we give gap for the at least 2-3 weeks, and again we repeat the schedule. At least for the 3 cycles are there for the Vardhaman Pippali, not more than 3 cycles. Then after we stop the Vardhaman Pippali Rasayan, there is no use. Then we shift it on the Pippali Kalpa, other Pippali Kalpa like Pippali Asav or the Pippali Shirpak, that kind of, or Pippali Gruth or Panchapola, which contain the Pippali, and we shift the patient to that kalpas, not for the Vardhana Pippala. So according to need, we change we make the variation as per the requirement actually.
So my question is now, is there any need now to fix a protocol of Ayurvedic treatment for tuberculosis of various stages? Do you think?
Yeah, definitely.
We should have brainstorming, and we should share the experience. Beautiful. And we should fix a protocol like in allopathy, because tuberculosis, this mycobacterium tuberculosis, is such a bacteria which cannot be eradicated in 1 or 2 months. So there is a need, Dr. Madanji, there is a strong need to fix a protocol of anti-tubercular treatment, or maybe a supportive therapy, whatever. Even I have seen just now on the internet, there are some articles where it has been mentioned that there was an interaction of Ayurvedic drugs with the anti-tubercular drugs. So sometimes some Ayurvedic drugs, they reduce the function of the anti-tubercular drugs also. So we need to fix a protocol that what particular supportive therapy can be given along with the anti-tubercular treatment.
This is it's a very, Harishji, thank you for flagging this, because it's a very important outcome for today's event, what you have just highlighted. I'm very glad that we have senior people here with us, Amarji with all his experience, and Sudhakar Reddy. So I'm putting a note here, Harishji, a protocol, need for a protocol or refining a possible protocol. Jo Amarji ki experience or I want to shift slightly to Sudhakar Reddy, but before I give the floor to Sudhakar ji, I think there is a comment from Patangar ji in Mumbai. Rajan ji, namaskar.
नमस्कार. आपने जो सैनिटोरियम के बारे में कहा,
हाँ जी,
our college, which is
on
the outskirts of Bombay, it was old Bombay. We are having a excellent sanatorium. Still it is there, but not in use. So that is one thing. And our Panchakarma Guru from Dhulia, Vaidya Nana Joshi or Pratha Joshi, he used to give woman in tubercular patients. And on that woman, he has developed an excellent first multi-speciality Panchakarma hospital in a remote place like Malegaon, and only giving by Madan and Pimpali to the patient. That patient has recovered very well, and he has give a grant for that hospital. So he used to go woman in so many tubercular patients, and he was successful. But if anyone can have a dare to give woman, it is definitely beneficial, because I had seen so many patients at his clinic also. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajanji. Very important point. Thank you for adding those locations around Mumbai where we can get a little bit of less congested land and cleaner air. Mumbai is a difficult area because I think the current population for all of Greater Mumbai is about 23 million people. It is like country number 40 or 50 in the world. You know, just Mumbai alone is a very big problem.
Yes.
Now, Harish ji's comment, I'm just putting it here on our chat box here. Harish ji, we will discuss this point a little more in detail, perhaps with Amar ji, perhaps with Reddy ji, because there is a, Reddy ji gave us, you missed Harish ji, Reddy ji's presentation where he talked about the different groups, category 1, category 2, category 3, etc. And I think there is something there where India can provide some leadership, some new thinking in this area, you know. And I feel sad for our young students who are not here with us today listening to this very important discussion. So this is a bit of a, it is unfortunate because what Amarji is giving us is his clinical experience, you know, what is happening on the ground and what he is doing on patients. And this is the best place for young students to come and learn about these things, not only to learn about how you manage in the field, but also how to develop future research programs that are globally relevant, you know, because it's a big problem. This whole antimicrobial resistance is a huge problem. We will listen, Amarji, don't go away yet because we want to get some comments from Professor Reddy. Just his thoughts on all of that we have been discussing. Sudhakar ji, namaskar.
Namaskar. Sir, namaskar. Sir, as all experts are discussed, and congratulate our Amar ji for his clinical experience, whereas I have made a theoretical aspect and also few research works which were undertaken to prove scientifically whether we have any anti-tuberculosis drugs. And as per my knowledge goes, sir, as per modern also, as long as the bacteria is in the body, definitely it will be giving problem to us. Our first and foremost aim is that we have to neutralize or we have to kill the bacteria. For this purpose only, I honestly said that there is no till now proven drug which is having the anti-tuberculosis drug. Professor Agnihotrji, sorry for that made comment, but I have said that because of the, see, if we have any anti-tuberculosis drug, if anybody treats without using any RNTCP drugs, if you make a case reports, case studies, definitely we can again generate data, which because we are in now scientific era, and by Vamana, Virechana, etc., definitely we can treat it. But we have to say to people that we have treated this many cases, and this many cases became negative without any RNTCP drugs. If there's such a case is there, definitely we can accept this, because we have, as Agnihotra has told that before this RNTCP, before finding out these drugs, people were lived, and they have thought of Raja Ikshma. The causative factor was different, like Sahasa, Ahitahar, and etc. So with their line of treatment, those days the Kala was different, the thinking was different, the food was different, and Aushadas also are different. So because of that reason, they could able to manage it. But later on, the changes of environmental factors and our Ahara and Vihara and microorganism. See, before germ theory of 18th century, there was no such thing was there. Only a Greek theory and our humerus theory and supernatural theory, all these theories was there. People also survived. But there also some mortality was high. Okay. But when germ theories came into existence, like Louis Pasteur find out, then only the antibiotic era came. So before that, there was no such thing. So we now, as what I want to say is, when we are in modern era, we have to set up for the protocols. If any TB patient comes to us, if we are not able to send to government hospital for RNTCP, if anything goes wrong, we will be held up. So for that purpose, we have to make a case report, case studies. That same case studies and case report, if you go for the clinical trials, definitely we can do. But there are some MDR treatment purpose, the clinical studies, that's the only antimicrobial activities of the in vitro studies. For example, sir, I was asking question regarding that one. There is a Acalafia indica that is called Harita Manjari, and Adathura Vase Vasika, that is Vasa, and Allium sativum, Andrographis paniculata, that is Kiratikta, and Cassia sophora, that is another drug. So these drugs are having the, they are used in the multi-drug resistance, where they failed, because then their patient was needed multi-drug therapy, where these Ayurvedic drugs also they tried. But now we need a large clinical trials to prove that we can, without any tuberculosis drugs, we can maintain. That's only my submission, sir. Agno, sir. That's why I told. And regarding sanatorium, sir, what I found when during my undergraduate studies in Hyderabad, we had our college is near to TB hospital, and another side agriculture college, another side mental hospital, another side main road. So we were in there between. And on one more, just studied that one Unani hospital, CCRY and people, CCRS. So there we saw that why this, when we are studying third BAMS, when tuberculosis came, sanatorium came, we were thinking why this, our college is near to this one. But when we took history, that was outskirts of the city. Then city grown up, that's why we kept there. And wherever I've seen all the sanatoriums in the net also, but I've placed also, it was far away, again in the high of the city, because where they need to get the fresh air, what Agni sir was selling, nascent oxygen. So this is a pulmonary tuberculosis, where fresh air is very, very important, or ventilation is important. That's why all the cities, wherever you see, it was only that level. And another question, sir, Harish Verma sir commented very nicely, and he's an experienced person. He's doing a very nice job in the out of countries. So that propagation is very, very important. We are learning from them because we are adapting now. So we have to make a protocol as per Amar sir also, like those who are practicing, we can get the data and we can say the case reports and case records. This is very, very important for future generation. And we have powerful drugs, definitely, sir, because Chyawanprash, simple Chyawanprash also improves their immunity power. And Pippali, Ashwagandha, we have a lot of things are there. Now we are using for only hepatoprotective nature and also an adjuvant to improve the immunity. So, but we can prove, and if we make a protocol, and for this purpose, Government of India, Department of Ayush also should need cooperation, sir. Without their cooperation, we can't do anything. If CCRS people do something, definitely it will come under national programs. If it comes to national program means we have to do a lot of exercises. And as per my knowledge goes, in the RNTCP national program, we can contribute only preventive aspects till now. If you prove any anti-tuberculosis drug and clinical trial, definitely we can add in the RNTCP. This is my submission, sir. Thank you very much.
Sudhakar Reddy ji, I'm not letting you go because I have one or two small questions also.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think Agnihotri ji also has some comments, but let me, Agnihotri ji, I just want to raise one or two questions here to Sudhakar Reddy ji. Number one, you gave us in your presentation some case study, some trials that are going on. Do you have any interaction between JSS Mysore and ICMR, National Institute for Research in Tuberculosis in Chennai? Is there any dialogue going on between JSS?
Sir, JSS, we are not taken up till now, sir. But in we have Government Ayurveda Medical College, which is 100 years old college in Mysore. We have two colleges. One is private college, one government college. In government college, there was a proposal, and I was a ethical committee member. I was a chairman for their institution ethical committee, and they called me and they presented a protocol, because we have tuberculosis hospital very adjacent to Government Ayurveda College, and in Government Ayurveda College, Department of Ayush people, they are giving the funds. So now they made a protocol. They submitted to Government of India. We wanted to see two aspects. One is anti-tuberculosis effect and also adjuvant therapy. But which they submitted till now, we have given, sir, because as I know, as an ethical committee chairman, their protocol was very nice protocol, and the cross design was there, and they agreed. But till now, the project is not sanctioned; it is under process, sir. But from JSS, truly, I never tried, and I have an idea. My PG scholars or other people, we want to tie up with the, and for your information, today we had a one guest lecture we called every day I celebrate in my college. Honestly, I'm telling all the world health days and every day. Today also we had one beautiful lecture by allopathic person where he was treating a number of cases. But there also he told that he is using widely Leaf 52. Leaf 52 drug, Himalaya Drug Company, for every multi-drug resistant, and even whenever using INH more dose, he is using a Leaf 52. He says that when Leaf 52 gives, definitely the vomiting, nausea, and other what we can call hepatotoxicity will be reduced. So whenever patient comes to there, whenever INH is more, the patient complains of vomiting and nausea, they will take one blood test, let's say LFT, and LFT is normal. They can come to conclusion that this INH induced the gastritis. So for gastritis purpose, they will go for another protocol. If any changes are in LFT, definitely they will give only Leaf 52, sir. That was their reason. And he was telling that, sir, you have more potential drugs. As per man as goes, it is only adjunct and support therapy. But there is a lot of hidden time in Ayurveda. Why can't you try? Then I saw that, sir, if you give opportunity, and he is very young fellow and is in charge for that, he wanted to unite with the naturopathy, yoga, as well as Ayurveda, sir. This is only different. And future, definitely, I will coordinate with him, because today he has given a very good idea and he is very cooperative. Also knows that Ayurveda. So with this, few things are
moving, is what you're saying. Very nice, Sudha Reddy. I think Agnihotri has wanted to say something. I have one or two things to add to this, but I will wait for Agnihotri comments.
1 minute. Sir, Professor Reddy, thank you so much. I honor your statement that we are not having any anti-tubercular treatment in Ayurveda, because we are not having tuberculosis in Ayurveda. This is the fact. Whatever we are having from our side is for Chatay Rog, Rajyakshma Rog, Yakshma Rog, and especially implied for Deepan Pachan, Bhara Vriddhi, Rasayan action, immunomodulator, anti-coughing and all that. And I appreciate your one important point, that CAT 1, where you used 400 mg. You or your information is available from Jamnagar, that 400 mg capsule which was given, and that tremendously responded to 83% people as far as the coughing is concerned. So major problem was made victorious. Either fever or coughing. Two things are there. If coughing will be stopped, patient comes, either we have got a 14 days old fever, or we are having a say 21 days coughing. So what should we do? We advise go for the XHS. But if that capsule means give help to 83% coughing, it's wonderful. When the coughing will not there, even the cavity will be, the distortion of lung panel cavity tissue will not happen, and patient will heal like anything. So a great thing we will do. But one thing is, we teach, we follow, and we promote all the national programs under the direction of WHO given by the national government of India. But then what we Ayurveda person will do? Our full students team is always employed under the CMO district hospital, and we know that we have not got anything at par to polio drops. But the same thing, we have to keep our Ayurvedic vital and livelihood. So we have to keep on doing permutation, combination for the betterment, like Lift to True for the betterment of the hepatoprotective action and all that. Ashwanda is there. Pipli is there, Cheer Park, Cheer Bardwan Pipli. So these all submission is important for those patients who are suffering from tuberculosis. And one sentence for Dr. Hari Sharmaji's proposal, it will be definitely okay and wonderful if a sort of protocol be established in between the great sense of appreciation as well as the pharmacological action of concern while the patient is treated with the anti-tubercular treatment of Madan side, and the Ayurvedic persons if can do. But the experts of both the parties must be there for deciding the protocol, because the vital part is there that COVID, we are having always information or some sort of say complaint that our Kala or our Sanjivani led to some wrong things. So for that, senior expert persons of both the parties will be there, because allopathy is also not so safe. When we go for INH, isoniazid is there, and it is always say responsible for decreasing the B6 in the body, and B6 is there for the giving the best result of isoniazid. So what Ipca company was doing, it was having a say Ipcazide already supplemented with the vitamin B6. So these are shortcomings are always there in antipathology. So let us have a good combination of the different pathies with a greater sense of the betterment of the suffering humanity from any of the disease. So this is my submission.
Thank you, Ji. Thank you, Agnihotri-ji. I think you have touched on a very important point, which also connects me to what I wanted to mention very briefly. This is in response to Harish-ji, Amar-ji, and yours and Sudhakar-ji's comments, which is India will soon, the cabinet has already passed the opening of a WHO Center for Complementary Alternative Medicine in Jamnagar. And Acharya-ji is there, the new DG for CCRAS. So I feel that we must push very hard to make this case. And I look to Harish-ji, I look to Amar-ji to give us that outline of a protocol that can be ratified by all of us here. Sudhakar-ji and all of us can ratify a small protocol as a discussion document. As a discussion document, just to put our foot into the door of this new center that is coming up, And I think what Amarji has offered, what Sudhakar-ji has offered today, are very important pointers for the many aspects of management. The categories that are there are important. And what you have just said, that if you get 80% response in category 1, that is an amazing outcome. And that itself is a wonderful result that we must promote around the world through this new facility that is going to come in Jamnagar. So my feeling is, out of our gathering today on a very important day, are certain outcomes that are very rich, Sudhakar Reddy-ji, very rich outcomes that are coming to us today. We will, in a day like this, I just want to remember from SDM Udupi, Acharya-ji, who's not with us anymore. And it is from Acharya-ji, who I'm, Sudhakar Reddy-ji, you know who I am talking about from SDM.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Yes. And Acharya-ji, when he was in London for one presentation, that was the first time I heard about the Vardhamana Pipali Prayog. And he was again a very important person for us. Unfortunately, we are losing these people. And 2 days ago, we lost another very important mind in Ayurveda from Pune. So these are unfortunate things. We can remember their work, we can remember their energy and their commitment to these areas. And it is our job to take forward wherever we can. And this issue of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, mycobacterium, is a very, very important area for the whole world. So what we are discussing today, to me, is a very important, a pioneering discussion with a very strong outcome. So we will revisit this recording today, and we will revisit all the details, especially the rasa preparations that Amarji uses so confidently, and the question about the Swarna preparations that has been debated here about the quality of the rest of the Swarna Basma and the rest Swarna preparations. All these come into this whole area. We cannot discuss the protocol without standardizing whatever we are using in the protocol, etc., etc. All this becomes very, very important. So from my side, I feel we have had a wonderful discussion today with very rich impromptu contributions from so many people who are here. I'm additionally happy that Harish-ji is staying with us, because generally he rushes away halfway through. That means what we are discussing is catching his attention. Jayesh-ji, thank you so much for sharing with us your story, personal story, and Before I give the floor back to Pavanji, the floor is open. I think Harishji wants to say something. Harishji, please, please.
Yeah. So
आपने जो बात उठाया, now it is your responsibility. We will help you कि आपने protocol की बात जो बताए, we have noted it and we will come back to you. थोड़ा उसको refine करके अमर जी के साथ थोड़ा लिख के we will refine a document.
Sir, there are two areas where we can collaborate with the modern medicine for the treatment of tuberculosis, because the protocol of treatment of tuberculosis in modern medicine is very good. They have very good results because tuberculosis is a very large, very big problem in India. So I think if we can collaborate with modern medicine people, their diagnostic methods are fantastic. Their methods of diagnostics are all diagnostic methods, including radiological, blood test and all, everything is very good. We can pinpoint the tuberculosis with modern diagnostic points. That is one. Second, where the biggest headache for the modern medicine people is, there are 2 points. One, multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. They have a biggest problem. Where we can combine Ayurveda, or how we can incorporate Ayurveda for the management of multi-drug resistant along with the anti-tubercular treatment of modern medicine. This is one area. There is a strong need. We should not focus on only anti-tubercular Ayurvedic anti-tubercular drugs. We can think of the complete management of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis by enhancing immune system. That is one area. The second point is, there are a lot of side effects of anti-tubercular medicines, of all the allopathic drugs. There are a lot of side effects and in some cases they have to be given repeatedly. In many cases there is a relapse and there are flares. So there are a lot of side effects. So how we can cover the side effects of anti-tubercular treatment along with allopathic treatment? These are the two areas where we can think of integrating Ayurveda with the modern medicine. This is my thinking.
Thank you, Harishji. I think you have crystallized. I'm just typing as you were talking, and I've captured the 3 points. I'm going to put this in the chat box. But now you have raised something very important. So before I give the floor back to Pavanji, I want to get some feedback from Agnihotriji, Sudhakarji and Amarji ki your point about using the best of modern medicine. Diagnosis, number 1, confirm mycobacterium. Number 2, confirm antimicrobial resistant forms. Number 3, reduce side effects, especially the liver damage from long-term use of the drugs, etc., which Reddy has already given us the use of Phalanthus very effectively, And I feel there is enough here. And also when it comes to treatment, Vardhamana Pripali treatment, and how it makes resistant bacteria sensitive with time, which Amarji mentioned, and innovative formulations, the Rasaushadhi. Is there an objection from Agnihotriji and from Sudhakar Reddy ji about that aspect of picking the best from modern medicine to help us refine our approaches, because at the time of Charak, there was no antibiotic resistance. So that is a very valid point. It is a new thing. Antibiotics came only just before the Second World War, 1940. And all the drugs we are seeing and all the problems is a new problem, less than 100 years old. So a set of new issues that have come out, and I feel we can use some diagnostic tools from whatever is available today, either identifying the strains and the problems, but bring in the best of Ayurvedic approaches. Is that, Sudhakar Reddy ji, is that something?
Yes, sir.
That,
Yes,
and,
yes, sir. It is
please.
100% true, sir.
Okay.
Without modern technology, we can't prove anything nowadays. As IRES sir told, it is should be diagnosed, and there are two aspects of that Ayurvedic people believe. You diagnose disease based on Ayurvedic principles and treat Ayurvedic view only. There is another school that is you diagnose disease as a modern parameters and use Ayurvedic drugs and see the changes. The second aspect is very important to prove that our drug is effective. As far as concerned communicable diseases, there our aim is to neutralize, or the aim is to kill the bacteria or virus or anything also. Then only we can say that the disease is completely cured. For this purpose, as IRES sir Verma sir told, it is essential now to prove that our drugs are having adjunct or protective toxicity or anything also. First, you take a diagnosis of modern, identify the microbacterium and randomize it, and control group also you can say. Because one control group is must to show that our drug is effective. That means one group without Ayurveda, only just watch it. Another group with Ayurveda, watch it. And after the treatment modality, you check their ASL, ALT, etc., so that we can say that our drug is drastically improved. That's what my presentation, there was a clinical studies was there and other studies were there. They proved that it is a hepatoprotective and also rasayana effective. That also we can say. But it is true that we have to incorporate modern diagnosis tools and then you go for Ayurveda. That is for globalization, sir. Because if you want only India, personalized medicine, and I am treating and my patient is getting relief, that is different matter. But when we speak in a globalization, we need to go for modern parameters and Ayurvedic treatment. That is my opinion, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sudhakar ji. Amar ji, aapki taraf se kuch? Yes, I can see you are also, you have unmute kar dijiye ji thoda.
I would like continue with Dr. Reddy sir's opinion that Acharya mentions two things regarding today's discussions. I should mention that Nahi Eka Shastram Adhina. That means we have to take the knowledge from different kind of science. And I personally truly believe in that the integration of sciences is the future of healthcare system. Without integration, we cannot build up a powerful healthcare system in the future for this. So modern technology or the modern science along with Ayurveda definitely do the promising things regarding tuberculosis, drug-resistant tuberculosis. And I would like to mention my opinion about the protocol in tuberculosis. There are two different aspects, according to me, that what Ayurveda says about the treatment. That's Purusham, Viksham Cha. Every Purush has a different kind of prakriti, different kind of diet habits, different kind of dinacharya, whatever. So one should prescribe the drug according to, there are 10 factors. Desha, Dusham, Balam, Kalam, Prakriti, Vaya, Sattva, Nilaha. So one should examine these 10 factors and then prescribe the drug. Okay. So for the personal level or for the personal practice, it is fair enough to do the practice like that. But for the mass calculation, if you want to go with the global mass to resolve the tuberculosis problem, we have to definitely design a protocol for the mass scale. So requirement of protocol is definitely there is a requirement of protocol. But it is not that much, I mean to say, beyond protocol, there are lots to do the promisingly in the tuberculosis too. So according to that, we have to do lots too. But for the mass people, we have to do the protocol. I agree with that. But Ayurveda, with the basic principle of Ayurveda, it is not possible to hardcore protocol, one hardcore protocol for the all. But in some extent, we can definitely design a protocol to give the for the large scale people. Yeah.
Thank you, Amarji. Thank you. I want to, before I give the floor back to Pavanji, Agnihotri ji ki taraf se thoda unka soch le. Namaskar ji.
Namaskar. Thank you. What we were discussing for last hours, hospitals are there, free treatment is there, labs are there, X-ray labs are there, doctors, physicians are there, and teachers are also there. Apart from all their honest effect, still government came with a new program known as DOTS. What the need of DOTS became, it was simply that the person will be deployed and he will put the medicine in the mouth of the patient, preserve the wrappers, and deposit the wrapper to the sector concerned. And then on the completion of the course schedule for a particular patient, he will be rewarded with 1,000 rupees.
Yes, sir. It's dots.
So that government machinery wants to check that the proper treatment is being given. This is one thing. But a person who is debilitated, having the weight lesser to the normal, and also taking a lot of because it is a known case in my mind, and taking lot of sugar mixed cough expectorants, cough sedatives, and all that led to diabetes. See the fun. Government providing the medicine, ATT medicine, as per the schedule and protocol, but persons are not having that much of monetary status to go for the proteinous diet or the diet which is required for the maintenance. Good diet is also equally important a part for say the treatment of a proper diabetic, this tubercular patient. And again, when it becomes diabetic, again a problem, then what we should go give to the treatment. So overall concept is this, that modern medicine keep on changing their principles, their theory, their protocol, their approach in the respect of the patient's treatment. Okay, but rest of the part which can be very well managed by the concept of ahar, pathya, rasayan therapy, Cheer Park, Vardhan Vipliyog, immunomodulators, these things definitely be supported as a supplemented, provided the consent of the patient and the patient's modern medicine physician is there. If it is there, then we will be victorious most early and probably in a better way. This is my summation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sudhakar Reddy ji, could you mute your microphone, ji? No, if you, I think we want to hear some feedback from you before you mute yourself. I think you have some comments to make here. And I think Harish ji wants to conclude quickly. Sudhakar ji, aapki taraf se, do you have some comments? I think Agnihotri ji is being very practical. You know, he is giving us some very the field level difficulties, you know. So it is a very important, some of the points you have raised, sir, you have raised the reality, you know, the ground reality. And that is very important too. We cannot forget that. You know. So I don't know if Sudhakar Reddy ji wants to add a little more, please, sir, no. Please.
To Amar ji, I wanted to say that what he was telling me, Purusham Vrisham Viksham. So in large clinical trials, when you take the patient's history, we will documenting what is their sattva, bala, etc. So after the end of the trial, while discussion, we can have a conclusion, because how many patients were there, how many patients vata prakriti, pitta prakriti, kapha prakriti, what was their significant level. This is possible, but in a not small sample size, in a larger sample set, definitely we can say that. And later you can come to conclusion that these drugs, composition drugs, acted very well in this prakriti, or this sara person, or sattva person, or desha, kala, vaya, etc. These are all possible with only large clinical trials, where Agnihotri was telling the patient should will, and IEC should accept it, and then the setup where the institution, modern people also should be given cooperation, then only it start. But basically, we should inform them that this is Ayurveda. And you are giving paracetamol to anybody, it will reduce the fever. But it is not the case in Ayurveda, because it depends upon the Vata, Pitta, Prakriti, and also their desha, etc. So this concept, we should make it clear to them. Then we should make a protocol like that way. And we wanted to study like this. You can also, if large samples are available, you can go for giving the like group 1, group 2, group 3 based on the Vata, Kapha, dominant or Pitta, Kapha dominant. That also we can study, sir. Then definitely we can come to conclusion that in which person with which drug acted more. According to that one, we can change the protocol. And finally, we can come to conclusion that these are the drugs useful for in this part of Prakriti suffering from the Raja Yashma. And that is only my comment, sir. Dr. Amar ji has given the idea.
Dr. Reddy, I fully agree that according to Ayurvedic philosophy, the drug should be selected on the basis of Prakriti, Desh, Balkal. I fully agree. But the point is, as you mentioned, many modern people, they are incorporating LIV52 along with ATT.
Sir. And there, sir, IRES, sorry, shall I continue, sir? Sir.
What is that? We have to think from that angle also.
Yes, sir. That is true, sir.
If the LIV52 can be incorporated in the ATT in a large volume. You might be knowing LIV52 is the largest brand in India. It's
India.
75 crore every year. It's such a large brand. So why can't the researchers of Ayurveda, they can set up a protocol that Gaduchi, we can, that's a separate issue. But the point is, I think we should conclude today that there is a strong need for 2 points, which I feel that in case of tuberculosis, that there is a need for multi-resistant tuberculosis treatment, Ayurvedic treatment. If there is a vacuum for this. And the second part is how to counter the side effects of ATT through Ayurveda. If we can focus on these 2 points, then we can further plan the protocol that for the treatment, we can design the formulation with like LIV52 or like other compound formulations where all allopathic people, they can use the drug, like, because those are further, these are refinement of the treatment that we can discuss further. But the point is, these are the 2 areas where we can think of working with allopathic treatment, allopathic people. And the second is, as Dr. Agnihotri has mentioned, we can design the food or the diets according to the Desh, Val, Prakriti, and all the methods for the tuberculosis patients. This is my understanding.
Sir, I fully agree, sir. Thank you very much for giving one more idea to me, because you said that LIV52 is widely used by allopathy practitioners to reduce the hepatotoxicity. And what is your point is that they are not analyzing any Vata, Pitta, Prakriti, and etc., but they are getting results. So now, in this regard, how they are getting relief, whether all patients are getting, simply they are prescribing. For this purpose, we can conduct a study called meta-analysis. So we can take the data of those received LIV52 from all the centers of tuberculosis centers. Then we can generate data. Then we can analyze them, which person got more relief and which person got not relief. Then we can go to retrospectively, we can assess the Vata, Pitta, Kaphas. So that's a good idea, sir. Thank you very much. In coming my PG dissertation people, I'll definitely implement this conducting meta-analysis of those who are using the anti-tubercular drugs along with our LIV52. Definitely we can come to conclusions, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Sudhakar Reddy ji. You have brought, today is a very special day. I think although we had only 2 presenters, but we have had time enough to discuss a very important issue globally. And there are many outcomes that are here. From my side, there is a big thinking around the world called the One Health approach, One Health thinking. That means we have to look slightly more holistically at all the aspects of where the disease comes from, how we are going to manage. And what we have today is that One Health approach and the thinking towards that One Health approach, which so it is extremely welcome. I have put one reference here of a case series from America where they have shown human to cattle infection, which is the other way around, because now there are many places where we have large herds of cattle, and they have a lot of workers coming from all kinds of places working there. And they are saying that there is a human to cattle transfer of mycobacterium also. And this is a call for the need for that whole one health thinking, one earth, one health thinking, which India is promoting in a very aggressive way. And India wants to see more countries in the world looking at this. So with those few words, I want to draw this event to a close. But before we do that, we share the floor, we transfer the floor to Agnihotri ji for his concluding remarks. Agnihotri ji, namaskar ji.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you very much. And our usual roundup program is now started with the regard extending to Professor Vishnu Prasad Sharma ji, who was very much there at Delhi airport today towards having a flight for Calcutta to Guwahati, and yourself, your kind self, Professor Madan Thangavelu ji from Cambridge, Professor Sudhakar Reddy ji from Mysuru, and Rajan Patankar ji from Mumbai, and Professor Doma ji from Hyderabad, Telangana, and very much thanks to Dr. Harish Verma ji from Toronto, Canada. As is the size and dimension of tuberculosis disease, so was the descriptive and detailed submission by our two guest speakers, Professor P. Sudhakar Reddy ji and our beloved Dr. Amar ji. Very naturally, as I told earlier, that Professor Reddy thrown light over the concept of World Tuberculosis Day. He talked about the way back 24th of March 1882, the birthday of Robert Spock, in his memory and with his commendable work over tuberculosis. This day has been decided to be celebrated, and since then it has been celebrated. One very important thing which he told that it is the world's deadliest infectious killer. So in that way, very naturally, we should all be scared of that. 4,100 people lose their life every year. Still, these are the data, and though we have got a 1, 2, 3 step treatment as far as the modern medicine is concerned, and smoking was one of the very important, say, etiology or this cause. So by the drive of government, no tobacco day and all that, much of the percentage is now lowered down as far as the tuberculosis with the making weak and weak lungs by smoking is been put under little bit control. But so many other reasons are there. According to modern medicine, it is direct say exposure to the patient, as our beloved Ved Jayesh Thakkar might have got some minimum something there which led ultimately to the cough abdomen to him. And thanks God that our both the IRES persons like Pawan Sharma ji and Jayesh Thakkar ji, they suffered a lot during this much of short life. By now they have suffered. So we should all be very careful from each and every disease. Professor Reddy described all the things, all the etiologies, modern medicine concept, Ayurvedic concept in every nook and corner. He also talked about the Chaya, Rajakshma, Dhatu Chaya, Oja Chaya, Pratilom Chaya, and so is the Nidanam Parvajanam. For that, he suggested so many Ayurvedic preparations as a part of the treatment, making the patient more palatable, more say strengthened along with the treatment whatsoever is scheduled by the government. Because it's a crime to treat a patient at one's clinic by any of the pathy and not informing to the district authorities. So that was a very vital point. if you are coming across to any of the tuberculosis patient, you have to inform your district hospital authorities, and you have to refer. And on the basis of the 3 consecutive sputum tests, the patient will be decided whether he is suffering from tuberculosis or not, and then the whole regime will be started to him, and he will be given the protocol. But as for the dietary support, society support, family member support, relative support, and say NGO support, which are there like Rotary Club, Lions Club, Bharat Vikas Parishad, and so many charitable say organizations are there which help. We have got a Ramkishan Mission Hospital, because even the district hospital, they give 3 days medicine, and patient needs a full week medicine. For that, they have got a subsidized rate, say 70 out of 70 rupees 1 week medicine. So it supplements. Previously, it was a regime of say streptomycin injection, say 90 injections. So all that. So patient is, if it is given half-hearted treatment or half treatment, or patients break the continuity of the treatment again, the rest of the infection reactivates, and we are always a loser. The patient is always a loser, and whole of the drive by WHO and the government of India fails there. So data is always affecting for such cases. So reactivation itself is a very dangerous issue. We should must take the care of that matter. So the second our speaker was our Dr. Amarji. He, out of his own practical and practice experience, with the honesty of the Ayurvedic treatment, I would underline this thing, with the honesty of Ayurvedic treatment, he disclosed all his formulas, approaches, results to this gathering, to this webinar, so that all the person, all the listeners, and even after this video will be available to the archive, persons may get benefited all the way. So the pillars of our webinars, like Professor Madan sir, Dr. Harish Romaji, our Domaji, our Reddy ji, they all felicitated this program not only in terms of the presentations of today's speakers, but also the possibilities and what had happened and what is going on and what will happen. Formulation, combination, honeymoon with the modern medicine and Ayurvedic preparations, and assessment of the results of it. Like 52 assessment is definitely very important. Modern medicine persons are also using Jerry Ford. They are also using Sarpina tablet. They are using our so many Ashwanda capsules or Stresscom. So that is the great sector where Ayurvedic persons like Professor Reddy, as he told that he will go for the meta-analysis of the such type of combinations with the their PhD scholars and all that. Then only the real ability and efficiency of Ayurvedic medicines working along with modern medicines or working independently will establish, and the world will accept it. So with these concluding words, I thank all our great presenters, our speakers, and all the revered, regardful persons who ornamented today's webinar. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Agnihotri ji, will you allow me to speak for a while?
The remote in the hands of Professor Madan sir and Dr. Pawan sir.
I do not know whom to you hand over.
I've been permitted to speak, then only I spoke.
That's why I'm asking you.
Domaji, please continue.
One thing, I will be very sorry to speak. I will be very sorry to speak. The two prominent medicines have not been referred either in theoretical presentation of Sudhakar or Amar. One, the generalization is Babbula Aresta, because in Ayurvedic system, there is a specialty in which chapter which medicine is referred. None have referred about Babbula Aresta. Number 1 point. As far as the antibiotic concerned of modern medicine, there is a powerful antibiotic in Ayurvedic system which have not been referred by these two prominent speakers also. That is Samir Pannagras. Of course, Samir Pannag is an arsenic preparation. It can be utilized in multifarious way, even in paralysis also, even in asthma, even in chest diseases included tuberculosis. But it is a powerful antibiotic. Here, what Agnihotri ji abhi bol rahe the, कि ये स्टैट्यूटरी है टीबी केस पहले गवर्नमेंट को हैंड ओवर करना. This is much at my brain. That is why I never touch to start my treatment for a tuberculosis patient, even for my maid servant, and just asked her to approach government hospital. Later on, only when she got treatment according to their protocol, and when she was not satisfied, again she took medicines from me, like this. And another thing is this: if Samir Panagras is widely, that means as taken to granted is served to JS Thakkar, then it will be collapsible condition, because there is much more brain to be utilized in Ayurvedic system of practice. I say that a table cleaner in a big hospital can become a good doctor in village site. But Ayurvedic system of practice, if you spend your lifetime also, you cannot say that I have mastered it. Even turning gray hair also. That is the difficulty in system of Ayurveda. For example, about Pipili, our Dr. Amar was discussing, actually in right from good olden days also, Pipili was abundantly used in many of the vehicles, either in Trikataka Chuna or Chausasti Pravary Pipali Chuna. They themselves, that was not that Chausasti Pravary Pipali Chuna. They were just putting, that means frying it, giving some chuna ka pani de karke, उसको फ्राई करके शुद्धि बना देते थे. और बहुत से सिस्टम्स है पिपली को शुद्धि करने का, तो उसमें से वो आसानी से करते थे. और पिपली चूर्ण के साथ, आउट ऑफ दीज टू प्रेजेंटर्स आल्सो never didn't touch abrakabasma, which is commonly used in asthmatic cases and tuberculosis cases. But it differs from putti to putti, where we should use 1000 puttis, where we should use sahasra putti, shata putti, and where we should use ordinary abrakabasma. That is at the discretion of the practitioner and the discussion. And one another thing is, where we should use Swarnamalini Vasant, where we should use Vasanta Malti. Of course, Swarnamalini Vasant is referred in Jwaradhikara, but whereas Vasanta Malti is referred in Kshayadhikara, has been presented? No. That's why there is a lot of, for example, Madanji, on one occasion you are telling that about Punarnavarishta or Punarnavasav, which worked on your abroad patient, and you derived it very pleasant efficacy, and you wanted an Indian to place it to India and get it back. Do you know, Madanji, just Babulashta is sufficient for common use like Punarnavarishta, what you have observed. But this is not sufficient. For example, Jayesh Thakkar could have used Babularista, it reduces passing stools. But whereas in the same case, if Samir Pannagi used, he would have been in devastated condition. This is the thing. And about clinical observation, what always you are asking for modern technology and for this. In good olden days, what technology, what lab and which thyrocare was putting up? Just, Rupa, Sparsha, Vicharana. These three diagnoses were there. By simply seeing a patient running low temperature and in an emaciated condition, and if they are being thoroughly inquired, they could have come to conclusion that this patient is suffering from Rajayakshma. If the same case is presented in lab analysis also, it would be. It should be. It will be. But how do you think that only with the correlation of modern technology, we should be ratified and given a presidential seal to Ayurveda? Not necessary. Okay. For the present day condition of taking into WHO sitting there, which is governing body and throughout the world, even though their orders are not being practiced either in India or in other countries, about the C-section even, even governments are also not particular for the order of WHO. Where do you give much attention to? And how much WHO can and the members of WHO can refer Ayurvedic system, Charaka Samhita, or Sushruta, or Vagbhata, and all these those brains are very talented to refer even verbiage of our Ramdas Sanskrit. I feel it proud of Ramdas presentation and putting forth in the website that his questions. Even till to this date, he is referring that our respected scholars, but his question has not been answered. After a week also, who had reacted to his question? Ramdas asks very minutely. There are Sanskrit techniques. Putting one word here, prefix and suffix, what does it mean? About Charaka Samhita, recently what he has asked to please clarify, if anybody come forward. Then he asked, today itself, I asked my baby, please take it out, the Charaka Samhita, Nidanasthana, and is there like reference? I want to see. Even that also, what he has put on my mobile, I referred few lines which are very critical for analysis. That is why don't think, Madanji, that WHO should give a presidential seal to Ayurveda. Then only it will be ratified. I say that yours is poor seal, which is not being implemented even in your orders. What do you say about Ayurveda? It's a greater science of heritage of Bharat. You know, where from it had flown? It is from Lord Sadashiva. It is systematized, even previous to Sadashiva also practiced, but it is systematized by Sadashiva. That is why it is the first flown was Vaidyaka Shastra. Likely, sorry, and one another thing, for up-to-date Harish Verma's explanation, Live 52. Live 52 is a celebrity for Himalaya. Right from the emergence, even from my schools, time also, I am seeing Live 52 on the prescription pads of modern medicine people. Even they are ignorant of the combination. It is being popularized. And one more thing, here the discussion has come. It is Phyllanthus nairuri, that is Nairosil presented by Dutapapeshwar, that is Solomix, is better than Live 52, I say. Because a patient, if he is running temperature in tuberculosis, Mandajwara, if Live 52 is given, it is not particular. I say that if a thorough physician of Ayurveda say that Phyllanthus nairuri is quite suitable than Live 52. Live 52, whether I do not know, I do not go through also, because whichever is being put on modern medicine prescription, I least bother for that. That is why I do not know whether Phyllanthus nairuri is the combination in Live 52, I don't know. But Nairosil, that is Bhumya Malaki. It is more specific where Mandajwara is there. Likely, you select in Ayurvedic system a sharp brain. A sharp brain is required to select a medicine, not in general like modern medicine. Take into granted whether the age is of penicillin or streptomycin or aminophylline, what it is. Today's is carbophenol. Likely it is going on. That is why I don't say, okay, to get popularized, to get more widely practiced. But one thing, you have to come and tax your brain for Ayurveda. Ayurveda need not go to WHO disposal. Need not go to WHO disposal.
Domaji,
Thank you,
thank you, Domaji. I think you appreciate your sentiments. I have put a note here in the chat box saying we don't want anybody's approval, but we just need to show it works. So I'll give you one example of where the problem is. I'll give you one example. Now, we are using Bala, Sida cordifolia.
Yes.
And there are so many preparations where today also it came up that Sida cordifolia is used. Now, who is making the best formulation? Harish ji is here with us. who has discussed about Swarnabhasma. Who is making this? Where are the qualities? Where are the standards? On one hand, we are accepting that the wisdom of Ayurveda is supreme, but on the other hand, we don't have any standards. So your comment about getting approval is, it can be viewed as that, but that is not the reason. The reason is very simple. We know this knowledge and the wisdom is very, very useful for all of mankind. But how do we take it to the people? What form should it take so that people who don't even know, there are many countries in the world, they don't even know what is Ayurveda. And we are fortunate that Indian government has negotiated establishment of a global center of excellence for Ayush, for complementary alternative medicine in Jamnagar. Now, that is for all of the systems, Ayush systems, plus all the other systems of the world. How to bring in the Ayurveda dialogue. All that we are talking about is super specialist approaches, If we have to do Nadi Pariksha, for instance, or if we have to understand quality control of some Parpati, who is going to do this? So your comments are very correct. And I think it is being appreciated by everybody that the high level of scholarship that is required, not only in Ayurveda, Siddha medicine, in Unani systems, we have to reach a level of excellence. And it is not easy. What you said is correct. You need a long period of training and experience. Amarji is still very young. I don't know how old Amarji is, but I think with every passing day, he is gathering new experience. He is seeing new patients and building his confidence. So maybe in 20, 30 years' time, when we go to Amarji, he will have so much experience that he will be able to convey it to the world even more clearly than what he has done today. So we are not dismissing the fact that there is wisdom, there is high level of scholarship that is required. And this platform hopefully will take your sentiments and present it in a way to the world to bring more people into our game, into our approaches, into our way of thinking. In previous presentations, Domaji, you might recollect, I have mentioned that Uttarakhand should become, just like Jamnagar has become in the west of the country, Uttarakhand must become in the east of the country also a global center of excellence in some aspect. I don't know what it is, but when we sit and discuss with our senior scholars, Agnihotriji and other people in that part of the world, we will come out with some future approach so that we have campuses, in the south, maybe Telangana, maybe we need to think about a global center of excellence in Telangana. Maybe in Paprola, where Vishnu Prasad ji was 2 days ago, that he was returning from. We must think of all these locations as global centers of excellence for the future, to reach out to the 194 member states of the world, not to get their stamp of approval, but to take our quality and our understanding and the depth of this knowledge to every corner of the world. So my reason for mentioning the WHO is not with a view to saying that they need, that we need their recognition, but they are the global secretariat. They are the ones who connect with governments of the world, and we need their help. And it's wonderful that they are touching on the subtleties of mycobacterium in cattle, and those kind of areas where we haven't discussed much, but we need some understanding. And from those examples, I hope we can take this message to the rest of the world. So, Domaji, your points are accepted. I think the 2 points that you have raised about Abharagbhasma and the different putas of Abharagbhasma, Gajaputta and going upwards, and how they can be effective. I think,
ordinary.
yes, and that was missed today. and also your recommendation for Babul Arishta is also a very important thing that was missed. So we accept that. I think Amarji also accepts that as something that was missed out today. And unless he already has some experience of using this and he forgot to mention it, I don't know.
Madanji, for a little thing, did the abroad know about yoga?
जगदीश्वर जी 8 बजे की वेबिनार के 9:30 बज रहे हैं. Kindly दया कीजिए प्रभु.
योगा के बारे में जानते थे, योगा के बारे में
दया कीजिए प्रभु, दया कीजिए.
IYD बना दिया. दो 1962 में ही बर्लिन को पोस्टिंग हुआ आनंद मार्ग से योगा सन्यासी. Nothing was. It was time. I don't. It is the Leela of Parama Purusha. When does it becomes popular? We cannot. That is why yoga was not known to world unless until it is being made IYD by Modi and some popularization through Ramdev. Though 1961 and 1962 itself, Ananda Marga, young sannyasi, that he was about 16 years old, being posted to Berlin. And there was no reception also. And though what miracle Anandamurti did, it takes much time because Pavanji will fall asleep of it. That is why.
Domaji, I want to give the floor very quickly to Amarji because he raised his hand, and then we give it. Amarji, aapki taraf se shayad you have something, but Domaji's point, it's taken Domaji about what happened in Berlin. I leave it to Amarji. Shayad Amarji, aapki taraf se you had something you wanted to say. Do cheez ke baare mein, Abrak Basma or Babul Arishta ki baat. Unmute kar dijiye ji.
I do not use Jeva Babul Arishta in tuberculosis, but we frequently use Abrak Basma, specifically Shataputi and Sahasraputi, even though we use much more Abrak Basma in COVID crisis too. So any kind of pulmonary disorders, specifically Kasa or tuberculosis, Abrak Basma is excellent drug. I just forget to mention in my presentation, but we use it in frequent.
Thank you, Amar. I will come offline. We discussed this point about post-COVID. Yahan pe, there are a lot of things that are going on and a very controversial area I want to discuss a little more. I want to thank everybody. Domaji, thank you for alerting us to 2 or 3 very important points today that we have brought up on the table now. And we wish to conclude. With Pavanji's permission, I pass the floor back to Pavanji. Pavanji, the floor is back to you. I don't know when you want us back on this platform next time. We leave it with you, Pavanji. Thank you again for bringing 2 wonderful people to our platform today and the extremely valuable discussion today on this very important day. And the recording is there for all of us to follow. Domaji has contributed 2 additions to what was missed out, and Amarji has qualified on that. And we leave it there. Thank you all for this wonderful day and wonderful event, wonderful discussions. Pavanji, all yours.
One another, Samir Panagras.
Sorry?
Pavanji?
हाँ सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. आज का वेबिनार बहुत ही अच्छा रहा, डिस्कशन भी बहुत ही अच्छे रहे. अब नेक्स्ट 2 दिन आराम है और उसके बाद फिर हम 27 को मिल रहे हैं थिएटर डे के दिन और अन्नपूर्णी देवी के साथ, और फिर 30 को मिल रहे हैं राजस्थान डे के दिन. खांडेल साहब रहेंगे, BL गौड़ जी रहेंगे, कमलेश जी रहेंगे, सभी विद्वानों के साथ. अब इस महीने की 2 वेबिनारें बची हैं, 27 को और 30 को. ये बस एक सूचना देनी थी. बाकी जय हो, जगदीश्वर जी की जय हो, जय हो, जय हो, जय हो.
Pavan ji, we didn't hear.
परम पुरुष की जगदीश्वर जी की
जय तो कर लेने दीजिए भाई. वो ऐसा ना, अगर हम लोग अपने दिन विशेष की मर्यादा में रहें अपने विचारों के साथ में, तो बहुत समय की बचत हो जाएगी. अब अभ्रक, शतपुटी, सहस्रपुटी कहाँ बन रही है? 100 पुटी अभ्रक बनती 3 साल में, मिलेगी नहीं. और जहां तक रहा योग की बात, योग तो आयुर्वेद से जुड़ा हुआ। IY डे को इतना क्यों कह रहे हैं? अगर कर रहे हैं तो 21 जून को मिलेंगे ना, तब IY डे की चर्चा करेंगे कि कितने विद्वान हुए हैं, कितने योगी हुए हैं। अरे लंग्स से सफर करने वाले व्यक्ति को हम उसको योगा कराएंगे तो और उसका फिर कैविटी बढ़ी जाएंगी। अभी उसको रेस्ट इन बेड करना है।
अग्निहोत्री जी, मैं पॉपुलैरिटी के बारे में बता रहा था।
हाँ,
पॉपुलैरिटी,
वो तो देखिए आजकल जो दिखता है वो
क्योंकि वो
बिकता है।
परम पुरुष की लीला है, कब कौन सा बनेगा।
As is the packing, so will be the cost. So let it be. हम लॉस में नहीं है। हमारा योग अगर वर्ल्ड में जा रहा है, even then we are not at loss. It's our pleasure that even any big person became instrumental to lead it to across the world. So it's a pleasure. हम आप तो बहुत बड़े हैं, आप इतना उदारवादी रहिए, आप इन छोटी मोटी हरकतों में विश्वास मत किया करिए। बाकी समीर पन्नग का मेरा वास्ट स्लैशमिक ज्वर में, सस्तक ज्वर में, स्नोफीलिया की केस में मैंने किया था, पब्लिकेशन भी हुआ था बहुत पहले, मेरी स्टूडेंट ने वर्क किया था, तो वो है, उसका वर्क है। अब सब चीजें नहीं इतनी जोड़ी जा सकती, बहुत विस्तृत विज्ञान है और अपनी वैसे रत्नावली कहीं एक दिन में पढ़ी जा सकती है। सब धन्यवाद, सबको शुभ रात्रि, सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, धन्यवाद सर।
धन्यवाद सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
पवन जी नमस्कार, तोमा जी नमस्कार, रेड्डी जी नमस्कार, अमर जी नमस्कार।
अमर और आगे बढ़ो भाई, और